Please all stand. Coroners Court now sitting.
Good morning. Yes, Mr. Harrington.
Morning, Your Honour. Your Honour, the first witness is Ellen Owen, who's on the screen now via video link from England.
Yes, good morning. Can you see and hear us? Or good evening to you. All right. We'll just ask the court officer to speak to you now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Harrington.
Is your name Ellen Lloyd Owen?
Yeah, Lloyd Owen is the surname. Yeah.
Lloyd Owen, both names being the surname. Is it all right if I call you Ellen?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, great. Ellen, I'm one of the lawyers for the coroner, so I'll be asking you some questions today. Just like to let you know that there are two other lawyers that might ask you questions. One is a lawyer for Theo's family, and Theo's family is all here in court in Byron Bay watching the inquest, so they're here. There's also a lawyer for the New South Wales Police Force as well. And then I can see also that we've got Eden Parsons on the video link who will be watching your evidence in case you can see Eden there. So I'll just start by asking you some questions and there may be other questions after that. So, Ellen, have you made a statement in this matter dated the 15th of October 2021?
Yeah.
And have you reviewed that statement before giving evidence today?
Read it through before this, yeah.
Thank you. And is the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. Just wondering whether maybe the sound might be able to be turned up.
Yeah, we'll try and do that.
Thank you. Ellen, you're currently a student, is that correct?
I am, yeah.
And you're... Sorry?
Yeah, no, I am.
Okay. And are you in Sheffield, in England?
Yes.
And what time is it there?
8 minutes past 10.
Okay, thanks very much. You travelled to Australia in 2019?
Yeah.
And did you arrive in Australia around the 15th of May? And I think in your statement you say you spent some time in Sydney and then Port Macquarie and then Yamba?
Yeah, those three, and then it was Byron Bay afterwards.
Had you been to Byron Bay before that time?
No, it was my first time there.
Okay. And what, before you arrived in Byron Bay, what did you know of the town and the things that you could do there?
I think we'd heard that it was quite famous destination for travellers in terms of there was a lively atmosphere there. I didn't really know a lot about it. I knew Chris Hemsworth lived there. I didn't really know much apart from just that it was quite a key destination to go to.
Did you know anything about going to the lighthouse before you arrived in Byron?
Yeah, my parents had been there and they told me that I should go to the lighthouse.
Okay. Did you know anything or hear anything about there being parties on the beach at night or so beach parties or parties in sort of remote locations called bush duffs or anything like that?
I didn't know about it. I knew about this after we'd been there. We spoke to some people and they said they'd done that, but we didn't know about it before or during our time there.
Okay. When did you have that conversation with those people that told you they'd been to the bush parties?
I couldn't date it at all exactly. I just remember hearing about it and thinking, that we hadn't done that or we hadn't been aware of it.
And those people had been to Byron Bay, I take it, and gone to those parties?
Yeah. Yeah, because we were travelling for about a month after, so we met a lot of people who'd been through the same areas and stuff.
Okay. All right. You stayed at the Wake Up Hostel in Byron Bay.
Yes.
And when did you arrive in Byron Bay? Do you remember the date?
It must have been the 30th of May, I think.
Okay.
31st of May, yeah.
31st of May. And do you remember what time of day that you arrived?
It would have been like around 3 in the afternoon, maybe. It was maybe sometime in the midday or afternoon.
Great. And did you catch a bus up to Byron Bay?
Yeah, from Yamba, yeah.
And did you then was there a shuttle bus that took you to the Wake Up Hostel from where your bus arrived?
Yeah, from the town centre to the hostel.
Thank you. Do you remember when you checked into the Wake Up Hostel, firstly, whether you were given a map of the Byron Bay?
I don't remember exactly. It sounds like something that could have happened, but I couldn't say for sure.
Did the people at the hostel, when you checked in, give you any explanation about how you might walk either to Byron Bay or back again to the hostel?
Yeah, because there was a timetable for the shuttle bus, and we would have asked about how to get around briefly about how to get around.
And the shuttle bus, did that go from outside the front entrance of the hostel to back into the city centre where it had picked you up from the bus?
Yeah, it was just that journey, yeah.
Okay, and do you remember how, I appreciate it might be difficult, but do you remember how often the shuttle bus travelled?
I don't know. I think, I couldn't say for sure, maybe every half an hour or so. It was fairly regular.
That's all right. And also, do you recall whether someone who worked at the hostel when you checked in or otherwise told you that you could get back to the hostel from town if you walked north to Belongal Beach and then turned left and walked along the beach until you got to where the hostel was?
I don't remember anyone from the hostel telling us that. We did do that one time, but that wasn't... I don't remember who told us. I think we were with some friends who knew. I don't remember the hostel telling us that, personally.
Did other people tell you that was the route back to the hostel from town?
Yeah, one of the routes. We walked it... When we walked it, sometimes we would just go along the road, but there was one time when we walked along the beach.
Great. And you were with Eden when you on your travels and when you arrived in Byron Bay.
Yeah.
And aside from Eden, did you know anyone else at the hostel that was staying there?
We bumped into a couple of people who we'd seen at Yamba, which I wrote on my statement. I think we didn't know them very well, but they were a familiar face.
Do you remember? Sorry, carry on.
No, that's it.
Okay, thanks. Do you remember their names?
Yes, Sasha. He was called Sasha, and Michael.
And were they from Germany?
No, they were French. They're from France.
French. Thank you. And do you recall then that there was a barbecue that night at the hostel?
Yeah, there was. It was. I can't remember the food, but there was some. It was like a hostel food night, which we did pass on.
Okay. And was that the kind of evening that a hostel would put on to help people at the hostel get to know each other?
Yeah.
And is that when you stayed at other hostels? Was that the kind of thing that would happen at those other places?
Yeah, there was lots of sort of themed nights, like Monday through to Friday.
Mm-hmm. And did you go to the barbecue because you wanted to get to know some other people at the hostel?
Yeah, probably. It was that and like just something to eat as well. But yeah, we went to chat with people because it was our first night there. So.
Can I ask you quite a particular question about the food? And it might be difficult to remember, but do you recall how much food you were given when you asked for food? Was it a big plate, or did you get a small portion, or...?
I think it was a fairly big portion.
Okay.
I can't completely remember. I feel like there was a pasta salad. That's just what's sticking in my head. I think there was enough. Yeah, I remember being full.
Good. Okay, thank you. And in terms of drinks that were available at the barbecue, was there alcohol on sale at the barbecue?
Yeah, there was a bar. Yeah, there was a bar.
Yeah. And could you get? Do you remember? Was there beer and wine and spirits at the bar, or were they just serving?
Yeah, I had a pint of beer, I think, or a cup of beer.
Okay. Do you remember what time the barbecue started?
I don't remember at all, no.
Do you remember what time that you got to the barbecue?
It would have. I don't remember for sure. But it would have been around 7 or 8ish.
And did you get the impression that it was in full swing by that time? Were there lots of people there?
Yeah, it was quite busy. Yeah, it was a queue to get the food and stuff.
And are you able to say now, appreciating it's quite some time ago, approximately how many people were at the barbecue?
I couldn't say. I can't. I don't think I could make an
More than 10?
Oh yeah. At least like 50.
Okay.
Or more.
Thanks. Did you then see those two people that you'd met in Yamba at the barbecue?
Yeah, I think they were there. Yeah.
Okay. And did you meet people that they were talking to, in particular a person called Antoine?
Yeah, because he was in our hostel room. So we'd already met him, or I think I'd already met him briefly. Mm-hmm. And then they also knew him, or had seen him briefly. And then we all conversation. Yeah, we kind of we spoke to each other because we all had had kind of contact.
Okay, sorry, your answer just broke up there. Can you just repeat that for me? We all spoke to each other.
Yeah, we were all speaking to each other because of the mutual, like knowing each other mutually, through like vaguely. We didn't know each other very well, but when you're traveling, you sort of on to like anyone that you vaguely know. You'll go.
And did you sit at a table with Antoine and the two boys from Yamba?
We didn't sit at a table when we ate our food with them, but we went over to them later when we were just drinking and standing around.
Mm-hmm. And was Theo Hayez at the table with Antoine?
I don't remember seeing him at this point at all.
When's the first point in time that you remember seeing Theo?
When we got onto the shuttle bus into town.
Okay.
Was the first I remember.
And before that point in time, when you went over to Antoine's table to talk to him and the Sasha and Michael, do you recall whether there was drinking happening at that table?
Well, like most people were drinking a bit. Yeah, there was like, yeah, most people were, but I don't remember kind of specifically where. I think there was a bar, so like most people had a drink or two.
Do you remember whether anyone was drinking wine out of a cask at that table where Antoine was?
Again, I couldn't say for certain, but that would be very likely because that was kind of quite common in Australia when I was travelling there.
Do you remember if you drank any wine out of a cask at the table where Antoine was sitting?
I think I might have had some. I think I might have had some wine. Yeah.
Do you remember how much you might have had in terms of glasses?
Probably one.
One. Yeah, and in terms of glasses, were they wine glasses or were they cups or?
No, it would have been like a mug or a cup or something.
Okay. Can I ask you, at that point, before you moved to the shuttle bus, how much had you had to drink?
I probably had the one beer that I brought from the bar, and I think I'd had some of someone's wine, like a cup of. I think when I was talking to Antoine, then we'd had like a little bit of wine.
Okay. And based on your impressions, were people drinking a lot by that stage, or were they? Do you recall anyone being particularly affected by alcohol at that table?
I don't remember. I don't have a strong memory of anyone being kind of like a nuisance or anything. Like it was just like friendly kind of chatter, but people were like excitable, but it wasn't like it was quite calm.
And at that point, personally, if you don't mind me asking, were you intending to have a big night and lots to drink, or were you just having a couple of drinks just to help socialise and see what would happen from then?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy like I enjoy a glass of beer and I have like a drink. I don't think we were aiming for a wild night at all. It was just like trying to get to know some people in the hostel. We weren't really sure if we were going to go out or not. We just kind of went along with it because that was what was happening.
And you hadn't made any, by that time that you went to Antoine's table or were at Antoine's table, you hadn't made a solid plan with anyone to do anything in particular that night, then I take it? No,
we would just, the two of us were just kind of on a mission just to make some friends and just see what was going to happen, really.
Do you recall at the table with Antoine and before you went to the shuttle bus, do you recall any of the topics of conversation that were going on?
I was just speaking to Antoine about, I think I might have been speaking to him about just where he was from. We were speaking about French because I used to learn it, and I think we were just finding some common ground like that. I can't remember. We were talking for longer, so we probably spoke about a lot more. I can't remember anything past that.
And do you know how long you would have been sitting at that table with Antoine and the others before the shuttle bus?
Around 20 minutes, half an hour, maybe.
Okay. And if you got to the barbecue at around 7, do you remember what time the shuttle bus left?
Again, I couldn't say for sure, but I had it. I think it was around 9 or half 9, maybe.
We have some other evidence to suggest that it was around 9:30. So would that jog your memory in terms of?
Yeah.
Okay. So you might have spent about 2.5 hours at the barbecue before going into town. Okay.
Yeah.
And when you were at the table with Antoine for that period of time, you don't recall seeing Theo there or meeting him at that point? Is it?
I might have seen him, but I didn't interact with him at all, so I don't remember meeting him at all.
Do you recall a young man from Holland called Sander?
No.
Do you recall a woman from Germany called Annika?
Yeah.
And did you speak to Annika?
When we were on the shuttle bus. When we all got on the shuttle bus, and it was the first time I'd spoken to them.
Mm-hmm. Are you able to say whether you recall when you're at the table with Antoine, whether there were any discussions about the lighthouse at Byron Bay or people having gone to the lighthouse?
I don't remember at all speaking about that.
Okay. Or similarly about bush doofs or beach parties or anything of that sort?
I don't remember speaking about that either.
No problem. Can I ask you, do you have a recollection about the weather conditions that night, particularly at the barbecue when you were there?
Yeah. It was really cold evening.
And you say that as an English person, so I assumed that was
Well,
particularly
we'd been
cold.
in Australia for a little while at this point, so it was. I think maybe I'd adjust it. It wasn't as cold as like a winter England night, but for travelling, it was quite cold, and we weren't equipped with the same. We didn't have a coat or anything, so we were in like one hoodie kind of, and some trousers.
And do you recall whether there were heat lamps that had been put in the barbecue area to?
Yeah, there were heat lamps there. Yeah.
Okay. And did you go back to get changed or to get some warmer clothes before heading out to?
Not just before, but we probably layered up for the barbecue. Yeah, I think we'd layered up to go outside, but we didn't go back before getting the shuttle bus. To my memory, I don't think we did that.
Okay. So moving to the shuttle bus, was there a decision made at some point that people were going to go out?
Yeah. So it was just hearing people talk about it. Like some people were mentioning shuttle bus and going into town, and we were just sort of like going along with it.
Mm-hmm. And was Antoine involved in those conversations?
Yeah. So like quite a few people had been starting to kind of get moving, and then we got on the shuttle bus. I think because he was like, "Oh, my friends are getting in the shuttle bus."
Okay, and were
and
his
then
friends?
We were like, "We'll go with."
Okay, and were his friends Sander and Annika or other people that he nominated?
I assume it would have been Sander, who was the other person in there. I don't remember his name. Annika and Theo at that point, and then me, Eden, and Antoine were the six of us.
Okay. Was there a discussion about a bar called Cheeky Monkeys at that stage?
Everyone sort of had heard about it, and then it was when we got off the shuttle bus in town, when we were looking around deciding where to go, and then we went to Cheeky Monkeys.
Okay. And do you remember how people had heard about it or what they said about it before you arrived in town?
Yeah, I'd met someone earlier on in Australia who'd said they'd been there and were talking about dancing on the tables and all of that stuff.
Okay. So at the point where you moved to the shuttle bus, can you describe the mood in the group at that point in time?
Before we'd gone to the shuttle bus, was that?
Well, yeah, or at the time that you decided that you would be going out.
It was just like kind of buzzy and like kind of just everyone was having chit chat, and I think generally a good feeling, like a good mood.
And was the communal plan, if I can put it that way, was it to go out and have a big night, or was it just to go out and see what happens?
Yeah, more see what happens, but I couldn't speak for other people. That was just the mindset that we were in. We weren't like planning on a massive night. We were just like, but I hadn't spoken to every single person who was going to go out. It was just kind of happened because Antoine was like, "We're getting a shuttle bus. Do you want to come?" And we just went along.
So it was a loose plan at that stage then.
Yeah.
And it was a loose group of people, if I can put it that way. You weren't sort of firm friends by that point in time.
No.
Okay. Then moving to the shuttle bus, is that when you remember meeting Theo for the first time?
Yeah, that would have been where we met for the first time.
Okay. And what do you remember, if anything, about Theo or your recollection of meeting him at that point? Did you talk, or did you just find out that that was a person called Theo?
Yeah, I think on the shuttle bus, because we were sitting in pairs, like on the bus, we didn't necessarily have any direct conversation. But I assume we would have been like, oh yeah, hi, I'm Ellen, kind of thing. Just yeah, it was just like a general introduction.
And do you recall at that point what spirits Theo was in, his mood?
I couldn't specifically say for him, just because I just can't remember like anything specific about anyone. But I think we were all kind of like fairly upbeat.
And had you formed any impression that you can remember about whether Theo had any alcohol by that point in time or was affected by alcohol? Not suggesting that he was or he wasn't.
I don't have any memory of it, which would suggest there wasn't a strong impression either way, which would, I don't think it was like, from my memory, I would have been surprised that he would have been really intoxicated, because I don't have a strong memory of that at all.
Thank you. And then the shuttle bus ride's just a short matter of a few minutes into town.
Yeah.
And do you recall what the general atmosphere was like on the bus ride?
I think mostly me and Eden were just sitting next to each other, kind of thinking, like, feeling probably a bit nervous because we didn't know anyone, but also excited.
Yeah. But otherwise, was it noisy in the bus? Was it rowdy or just chatty?
No, not massively, just like no chatty. It wasn't rowdy.
Thank you. And then, can I ask you, was there another shuttle bus with people from the Wake Up Hostel that was going to be en route to Cheeky Monkeys or into town that you can recall at that stage?
I think another one came after ours, yeah.
Okay. And did you know anyone in that bus, or how many people were in the bus?
No, I don't know at all.
And do you know whether the group in that bus went to Cheeky Monkeys as well?
I don't know specifically if it was the people on that shuttle bus. I know other people from the hostel went there. But I don't know like how they got there or anything, or what time.
All right. And then you met those people a little bit later in Cheeky Monkeys, is that the case?
Yeah.
And then when you arrived in Byron, was there a discussion then about whether you'd go to Cheeky Monkeys?
Yeah, because there was a bar behind where we got dropped off. I don't know if we went in or not, or we just kind of like had a look at it, and then it didn't seem like the right atmosphere, so we might have. So I think we decided not to go there, and then we walked to Cheeky Monkey. Like, it was just over the road, and then we just thought we'll go in there because we had I think we had some sort of like discount card or something for a couple of places, so that probably influenced our decision. Were the discount cards handed out at Wake Up? Yeah. They were.
And did you get something like 2-for-1 drinks or something with the discount? Yeah.
I can't remember exactly, but it would have been something like that.
Okay. And were you aware whether the discount cards were going to be valid only up until a certain time?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Thank you. I'll just see if we can now play you some CCTV footage of I'll just try and manage the technology, so please bear with me. Ellen, can you see on your screen some CCTV footage being played?
Yeah.
And you see that there's 6 people walking down the footpath there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognise yourself in that footage? I'll just play it quickly.
Yeah, I think that would be me.
Are you standing sort of at the back of that group closest to the road with a black top on, but over the shoulders there's a sort of brownie colour?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recognise Theo in this footage?
Yeah, because I've seen the picture of the CCTV before.
Okay, all right. I'll just play you just the footage of you now entering the bar, and I'll just ask you a question about that. Firstly, you'll see that your group went into the entranceway of Cheeky Monkeys and then into the bar itself, and then some of the people came out again. Do you remember what that was about?
I just can't remember specifically. I remember doing that. I remember there being a bit of a, like I think it was something to do with like our decision making. We couldn't like, and maybe it was something to do with the cards, but I just can't remember like why we did that. But I do remember that happening. I just don't really know like what it was, why we went back to the Coroners Act.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then having looked at that footage, I'm just wondering whether that causes you to have any recollection about the group and whether people were steady on their feet or might have been affected by alcohol at that point that you can remember.
I'm my answer is sort of the same as before. I don't remember it being. We might have been sort of tipsy in a controlled way, but I from my memory I just don't remember anyone being ridiculously kind of swaying on their feet or anything. But maybe I wasn't being completely observant. I don't know.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Did you then, once the business with the vouchers was sorted out, did you move into the bar itself and end up sitting in a booth in the bar?
Yeah.
And I'll just play you some footage. I might sit
Yes,
down just to manage
certainly.
this. Thank you. Ellen, I'll just point with the cursor. Can you see where the cursor is? Mm-hmm. And is that your group sitting at the booth?
Yeah, I think that was our group. Yeah.
Okay. And you sat opposite Eden
Yes.
and next to Theo.
Yeah.
Do you remember anything about the conversation at that point that you had with Theo, if any?
I really don't remember the topic of conversation at all. I just assume it would have been something along the lines of where we like our travelling experiences or something. I don't remember. I don't.
And what about the conversation generally at the booth with other people? Do you remember what you were talking about with other people, or what if there was general conversation?
I don't remember anything specifically, which is, I know, really frustrating because in my head I'm just like, it could be there, but I don't. It was quite a while ago and I just don't remember.
Oh, that's okay, and we're grateful for your assistance. In your statement, you said that Theo was not very loud and outgoing, but that he was friendly and funny.
Yeah.
So that is the impression that you had of Theo, that he was a friendly and a funny guy?
Yeah, I just think from my memory that the vibe of, like, I remember him and the other guy who was sat next, they were sat next to me. I couldn't distinguish in my head, like, now, because I met so many people. I couldn't distinguish, like, specifically what he was like, but I remember speaking to them both and, like, it being kind of just a friendly, light-hearted conversation. And that we were all kind of like, it was like a little bit awkward because no one knew each other like massively well, but it was like nice conversation. And
I take it then that he didn't stand out in your memory for any reason, including that he was very intoxicated or anything?
No, he just doesn't stand, he just didn't, like, you know, it doesn't stand out as anything like that.
And if you had met someone for the first time that seemed very intoxicated, that might be your memory of them rather than that they were friendly and funny and chatty?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay. When you're in that booth area, I think the timing that we have is that it was about 20 minutes. Does that accord with your memory?
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
And did you in that time get any drinks from the bar?
I can't remember how many we would have had. I think we got a drink at the bar and then sat down, and then I might have got another one. I'm just, because of this software, my laptop's kind of running low a bit. I'm going to have to move location to plug it in, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely okay. Just let us know when you're ready. I'll just take it down from the screen for a second. Great, thank you. I'll just put back the video on the screen if I can. All right, I'm just going to spin it forward a little bit to a point. Just check my notes. Do you see, Ellen, there, I'll just pause it, that there's a couple of men that have come up to your table?
Yeah.
And they appear to be talking to Eden and possibly others. Do you remember anything about who they were?
I don't remember who they were, no.
Mm-hmm. I'll just play it for a little bit longer. And I'll just play it a bit longer because Eden's watching as well, so hopefully she'll be able to see this. Having watched that full footage now and seeing that man gesturing towards the bar and with something in his hand, does that help you to remember at all what that was about?
It's not massively jogged like a memory for me. I would assume it was like maybe something about him asking us about how the cards worked or something, or if we'd have used the discount. It doesn't jog a massive memory for me.
That's okay. And I'll just show you just another little portion of this video, and just ask you to focus on the booth and on Theo, and then ask you a question. Ellen, did you say just in the last few seconds of that clip that you appeared to finish up a drink and stand up, and that Theo, for want of a better expression, drains his beer?
Sorry, you just cut out a bit at the end there. What did you say?
Oh, sorry. Did you see in the last few seconds of that footage that that you appeared to drink up your drink and stand up, and Theo seems to have drained his beer and then stood up?
Yeah, I just about got that, yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it's probably difficult to see via the AVL, but can I just ask you this, do you remember whether there was any sort of drinking game being played or at the table by that point?
Sorry, I can't hear you very well. It's cutting out.
Oh dear. Do you remember whether there was a drinking game being played at that point?
Drinking game, sorry, okay. I don't remember there being a drinking game.
Okay, all right. And at that point, when you're just about to leave the booth, can you describe the atmosphere at that point in Cheeky Monkeys? Was it very loud, or was it were people just being chatty?
Yeah, just chatting. I think.
Was there loud music playing at that point that you can remember?
Yeah, I think there was music, and it was like, I think it was like sort of, as a bar is, like music playing and quite a lot of chatter and stuff.
Okay. And then did you move to a different area of Cheeky Monkeys after that?
Yeah, I think we moved to the table.
Mm-hmm. And then in your statement at paragraph 9, you said that you moved to a different area and a larger table, and people were drinking more and everyone seemed more drunk at this table.
Yeah, it was. There was definitely a few more kind of. There was. Yeah, I think they had been drinking a bit more.
And what? Do you remember what gave you that impression?
I was just speaking to one girl, and I think I remember her being a bit drunk. Yeah.
Were the people at the table that you moved to? Did you recognise them as people that were staying at Wake Up?
Yeah, but I don't think I'd completely met any of them, or I might have done briefly, but I think we just recognised each other from the hostel.
Mm-hmm. Was that most of the people at the table, all of the people at the table, or just, do you remember?
I couldn't say for the whole table. I only spoke to a couple of them. I think it was most of the people, like, from my memory, it would have been all of the people at the table, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. And the girl from England that seemed quite drunk, you said that you found out that you had a mutual friend, or you'd met someone that she knew travelling.
Yeah.
Okay. And was she staying at Wake Up?
Yeah, she was staying at Wake Up.
Okay. And if you just look at this footage on the screen, just briefly, is that area of the bar that you moved to with the people likely from Wake Up that were sitting around that table?
It's quite blurry, so I can't see too well, but it was around that size of table, so.
Thank you. And at that point, do you remember who you sat with at the table or who you spoke to?
I just remember speaking to the girl I previously mentioned for quite a while.
Okay. And then you say that eventually a bunch of people went onto the dance floor from that table?
Yeah.
And was the dance floor essentially people dancing on the tables at the bar?
Yeah, but just to a little section, like, it wasn't where we were, but it wasn't where we were sat at the time, it was like just the other side of it.
So you didn't start dancing on the table where you were sitting with the big group from Wake Up?
No. We moved to a different area and then there were some tables there.
And when you were... Sorry. Carry on. Did I cut you off? Sorry. Okay. And when... I'll just take this off the screen now, Your Honour, so that we can see the witness. We're just waiting for you. Oh, there you are. Ellen, when you were then sitting at the table with the bigger group from Wake Up and before you moved to the dance floor area, do you remember anything about Theo at that time?
No, I don't. Once we moved to the bigger table, I was speaking to the girl I was just talking about. And I might have just, after that point, we all kind of dispersed. Like, we didn't really stick together as a group so much. Like, I think if I'd have seen them, we would have been like, oh, hi, we would have acknowledged each other, but we didn't stick together like a group. We all kind of like went off and were chatting to different people.
And so but particularly when you were sitting at the bigger table, do you remember where Theo was sitting? Was he with the group? Okay. Were you sitting or talking with Antoine at that bigger table?
I don't remember if I was or not. I don't think so.
Okay. Then you moved to the dance area after that. Do you remember how long it would have been before you moved to the dance area that you were sitting at the bigger table?
About the same time that we were at the previous booth in my head. I'm not too sure.
Okay. And then at the time that you moved from the bigger table to the dance area, were things getting rowdier generally at Cheeky Monkeys in terms of the volume level at the bar or the music or anything like that?
Yeah, but I don't think that rowdy is maybe the word, more just like more excitable, more like people were dancing, more people were chatting.
Okay. And then you moved to the dance area. Did you start dancing at that point?
Yeah, I think I would have, yeah.
And on the tables or on the bench or just on the actual floor?
A bit of both. Maybe, I think mainly just on the floor, but it was all quite close together, so you kind of, at some point you had to kind of stop on the bench.
Yeah. And you say in your statement that you record that Antoine joined you on the dance floor and you think that Theo and his friend may have come as well, but you're not sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of Theo in the dance floor area or seeing Theo dancing?
I think I remember seeing him and the other guy when I think I remember seeing them on the dance floor, and Antoine and Annika. I couldn't say for complete sure. I just remembered, but I don't remember him really dancing. It was just like we were kind of standing in the bit between between the tables. We might have been like kind of slightly awkwardly dancing a little bit, like just bopping around. Like it wasn't because we just didn't know each other too well. It wasn't like it was like I couldn't say for sure. This is sort of like scratching at the back of my brain here. But I think I remember seeing him on the dance floor, but I don't remember kind of like anything specific about that.
Absolutely. No, we're very grateful for your help. So I take it then that you don't have any recollection at that stage of Theo stumbling around or looking
No, I
very
don't.
intoxicated or anything like that.
I don't have a recollection of that at all.
But at the same time, is it the case that your group was becoming looser and looser in terms of people sticking together as that original group that went on the shuttle
Yeah.
bus? Okay.
Yeah.
And on the dance floor area, was there a lot of sort of coloured lights flashing?
I don't remember coloured lights.
Do you remember a smoke machine going off at any stage?
I don't remember a smoke machine either.
Was the volume of the music very loud, or could you have a conversation over it?
You could have a conversation over it, yeah.
Okay. And then you say in your statement at paragraph 10 that around 11 to 11:30, you and Eden had had enough and wanted to leave. Mm-hmm. And you say it was more of a party by this stage, and people were drinking more.
Yeah, it was more. There was just more people there. It become more. The dance floor was a bit fuller than it had been because it was quite a quiet night before. Like we didn't queue to get in or anything, and like we were just sitting having a drink. But by that point, there was a few more people there. Yeah.
And were you losing track of the people in that group from the shuttle bus?
Yeah, we did. We didn't stick together in like the six of us because obviously Eden and I left, and I don't think we told anyone that we were leaving. I think if we'd have been like sticking together as a group, we would have mentioned to someone where we were that we were off, but we'd kind of dispersed, I guess.
And did
We must have
anyone?
been in the mindset
Sorry, say that again. You must have been in the mindset.
just to like leave on our own because everyone had kind of mixed with other people.
Had anyone said goodbye to you at that point from that group?
No, not that I remember.
And is it your evidence that you would not have expected people to have said goodbye to you, and you weren't intending necessarily to say goodbye to people before you left from that original group?
Yeah, that was just like, I think normally if I was to go on a night out with my friends, like now who I know, you keep tabs of people, but because we hadn't spent that long together and we were all mingling with different people, I think that's why I wouldn't have expected like any of them to let me know where they were because everyone was just chatting with everyone.
Had you swapped contact details or phone numbers or messenger requests or anything with anyone from that group?
No, we hadn't at all.
Okay. And just when you said that at paragraph 10 that it was more of a party by this stage and people were drinking more, do you mean any people in particular, or that was just the vibe?
I don't remember any one specifically, but just the vibe.
Okay. You said that you saw Antoine and Annika dancing with each other and doing some twirls and things like that. Did you form any impression of whether Antoine and or Annika had had much to drink, or was it coordinated dancing?
No, it was coordinated dancing. They were just like twirling, not in quite like a cute kind of like under the arm way, like It was sort of slow dancing even. It wasn't erratic.
Okay. And then you said that around 11 to 11:30 p.m, Eden and you had had enough and you wanted to leave. Did you then leave the club together?
Yeah, we left together, yeah.
And what did you do after that?
We went to one other bar across the road for about 5-10 minutes or something, and then we walked home after that.
You say in your statement at paragraph 13 that you walked home on roads. You remember it was quite a long walk and it was really cold.
Yeah.
And that was around 11 to 11:30 p.m.
Yeah, from what I remember, yeah.
And you say that you used Google Maps to navigate, and you weren't using mobile data to navigate with Google Maps, but you downloaded the maps to use when you were out of range of a Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And do you remember encountering any difficulties that night with Google Maps and navigating back to the hostel?
No, I don't remember. We just looked it up on the map. It wasn't too long a walk. It was like a little bit longer than you'd have wanted after a night out, but it wasn't too hard to navigate home.
Were there many people out and about in Byron on your walk home?
We didn't pass by many people, no.
Okay. And I just want to check, before you left Cheeky Monkeys, you weren't aware of where Theo was or whether he was in the bar or had left the bar?
No, I wasn't aware of that at all.
Okay. And so you weren't aware that he'd been asked to leave Cheeky Monkeys by the security staff?
No, I wasn't aware of that at all at the time.
And then you say in your statement that on your way home you met someone else that you recognised from the hostel and you spent a little bit of time on the beach stargazing?
Yeah.
Do you remember how long that was, if it was brief, or did you have a bit of a chill on the beach at that stage?
It wasn't on the beach. It was actually like just before the beach by the hostel. There was a bench, and we lay on the bench and we were looking at the stars for like a nice amount. It wasn't ages. It was maybe like 10-20 minutes, just having a look at the stars. And then it was cold, so we went to bed.
Okay. So a clear night, you could see the stars.
Yeah.
And not so terribly cold or oppressive in terms of the weather that you could spend a little bit of time outside, 10 to 20 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then lastly, did you stay in touch over the next few days while you continued to stay at Wake Up with any of the people that you'd seen that night at Cheeky Monkeys or the barbecue?
We didn't know. Antoine left the next morning, so I didn't at all after that. Annika, I remember like seeing her around the hostel, but we didn't really have any conversation.
So I
didn't see anyone. I might have seen some people around, but we didn't have any contact.
And there was no discussion that you took part in or that you heard about any of the events of that night, the barbecue or being at Cheeky Monkeys?
No, we didn't really speak to anyone about stuff.
Okay. And then you say in your statement that you didn't know that Theo had gone missing until the 8th of July 2019 when Eden got an email from Detective Parker.
Yeah.
And you were in New Zealand at that time?
Yeah.
And then you had some email correspondence with Detective Parker where you provided your recollections of that night. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thanks, Your Honour. Those are the questions. I apologise that took some time, but Ms. Owen's memory is quite good, I would suggest, and we're very grateful for her help.
Yes.
So I thought I'd take a bit longer to do that.
Thank you, Mr Harrington. Ms Lloyd-Owen, there may be some other questions if you wouldn't mind just waiting for a moment. Ms Palmer?
Your Honour, I just have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Hi, Ellen. My name is Claire Palmer. I'm the Commissioner, Counsel for the Commissioner of Police. I just have a few questions about when you and Eden left the bar around between 11 to 11:30. And you mentioned walking home, and you said your impression was that, well, first of all, I might ask you, you went to the club across the road. Did you leave the club because there weren't many people in there, or did you leave for another reason?
No, well, we went in the first place because I think I really enjoy dancing, and I just wanted to. I was like, oh, I wanted to have a proper dance. I was like, it had been really cramped in Cheeky Monkey, so we went in, and I think there was a couple of songs that I really liked, and then I was dancing, and then we were just like, oh, we're tired, and I sort of, it was kind of pushing it on. Like we were like, we need to just go home.
Time to go home. So when you left the bar then and you started walking home, were there you said to Mr Harrington that there weren't an enormous number of people around. So you ran into.
I don't remember.
No.
Yeah, relatively quiet.
And did you feel safe on your walk home and when you were sitting near the beach?
I mean, I would say, like, as a female walking in the dark, like, we weren't feeling necessarily 100% safe because you're always going to be a little bit cautious, but there was, for both of us, and the vibe we'd got off Byron was that it was okay. I mean, we felt safe enough to take it, yeah. And it didn't feel, we didn't see anything or anyone that scared us. It was obviously just dark, so we were going to have, like, a bit of fear in some sense.
And when you were sitting by the beach, looking at the beach when you were stargazing, did you notice any people moving on the beach?
No, we didn't notice anyone on the beach.
And when you were when you're having your travels around Australia, did people warn you when they felt there was a particular dangerous situation that you might encounter in a particular location?
I don't remember having many conversations. I don't remember having conversations about that really at all. No.
Do you remember being warned that Byron could be an unsafe place to go out?
I don't remember being warned that. I think on reflection now, I almost feel like I have been told that, but that was, I think, afterwards. Before we went, we were naive to that.
Thank you, Ellen. They're my questions.
Okay. Mr Evenden.
Thank you. Can I remain seated?
Yes.
Ellen, I'm asking some questions on behalf of Theo's family. I want to ask you about your impression of Cheeky Monkeys as a venue. Have you heard about Cheeky Monkeys before you went there that night?
Yeah, I'd heard about it from someone before we got to Byron, and they were telling us about how you dance on the tables, and they were like, you should go, it's really fun, everyone gets on the tables, it's quite mad.
Okay, so from your perspective, there was a bit of excitement and anticipation about going that night?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like... It was in kind of an ironic way, maybe. Like, it's kind of good fun, but nothing too serious.
You got in there before the cover charge started at around 9:30. What was your impression once you got inside?
I don't think I had a massive impression. I was probably just like, oh, it was kind of like a standard bar at that point.
Okay. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, nothing massively special from my memory.
It started to get busier, and then you moved to the second table and eventually ended up dancing. What was your impression of the venue compared to your expectations once the night had progressed?
If anything, maybe a bit underwhelmed, because the person who'd spoken to me about it had said it was like quite crazy and everyone was like getting on these tables, and I was kind of imagining something, but then there was just like a set of two tables which were quite sturdy and big anyway, so it didn't, it was, if anything, I was a bit underwhelmed.
All right. You've seen the CCTV of your group's entry into Cheeky Monkey, and there was obviously interaction at that point with the security. Can you remember about subsequent interactions with security once you're inside?
I don't remember anything. No.
Can you remember seeing Cheeky Monkey security people inside the venue?
I'm not too sure.
Do you remember them interacting with other patrons at all?
I don't remember that. I don't remember any interactions with them.
All right. And that's including any yourself?
Yeah.
So is there anything further you could tell us about the Cheeky Monkey security?
No, nothing other than that there were security guards on the door. And I can't remember interacting with any inside.
All right. Thank you.
Anything arising, Mr Harrington?
No, thanks, Your Honour. That would complete Ms.
All
Owen's
right.
evidence.
Thank you very much, Ellen, for staying up late and participating in this inquest. It's very much appreciated.
That's okay. I hope I've been of some help.
Yes, you have. Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness is Eden, and if we could just ask for Eden's patience just for a couple of minutes. We've just got to set up some slides for
Do you want me to
evidence.
go off the bench?
Just
I'll just go for 5 minutes.
Please all stand. Please all stand. Coroners Court has resumed.
I see we have Ms Parsons up on the screen. Can you see and hear us all right, Ms Parsons?
Yeah, I can see the courtroom, but my face is in front of the other screen. Is that all right?
Oh, okay, yeah. We can see you really clearly and hear you really clearly. But just
Okay,
let us
great.
know if there's any problems.
Okay.
You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Harrington.
Ms Edwards will be.
Oh, Ms Edwards, sorry.
Ms Parsons, is your name Eden Parsons? Eden spelled E-D-E-N?
Yes.
And did you briefly meet Theo Hayez on the 31st of May 2019?
Yes.
And at the time that you met him, were you in Byron Bay as a traveller staying at the Wake Up hostel with your friend Ellen Lloyd Owen?
Yes, I was.
Before we go to that night, Ms Parsons, I'd just like to take you to the different assistance that you've given in this investigation. First, you exchanged some emails with New South Wales Police Detective Phil Parker on the 9th of July 2019. Do you still have access to those or a copy of those?
Yeah, I do.
You also have provided a statement to New South Wales Police on the 24th of October 2019. Do you have a copy of that with you today?
Yes, I do.
Have you had a chance to review that statement?
Yes, I think I reviewed the other one more, but I have had a look at that one as well.
Is that statement to the police true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And likewise, you then had a conference with the assisting team for the coroner on the 4th of June 2020?
Yes.
And then you provided another statement to the Crown Solicitor's Office, which is your second statement, and that's the 8th of October 2020, is that right?
Yes. Yes, I believe so, yeah.
If you said it's in the top part of that statement, there's the...
Yeah, I can see, yeah, it is the 8th.
And is that statement, you said you reviewed that more carefully recently, is that statement true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
You've also had the opportunity to watch Ellen give evidence this morning?
Yes.
We'll go through your evidence a bit more quickly, Eden, but if there's any point in which you think that there's something important to add from what Ellen has said, would you be able to let us know?
Yes, of course.
You went with Ellen on the 31st of May 2019 to a meal night at the outside terrace of the Wake Up hostel, is that right?
Yes.
And that was in the evening?
Yeah, it was.
And you'd got into Byron Bay that day?
Yeah, I think probably the afternoon.
You indicated, and this is not a significant issue, but you indicated in your first statement to the police that it was a pizza night, and in your second statement you said it was a burger night. Do you have any memory now as to what food was being served at the hostel that night?
I'm pretty sure it was a burger night because we went to a pizza night afterwards, and I think I either checked my diary or with Ellen between those statements because, yeah, we went to 2 different food nights at the Wake Up.
And you went to that particular evening, which you think was probably a burger night, with Ellen. Did you arrive together?
Yeah, we did.
You would have heard Ellen give some evidence about what time you arrived at the barbecue. She indicated that she thought it was about 7 or 8 p.m. Are you able to be any more specific about what time you and Ellen might have arrived at that burger night?
I'm afraid not. I know that I remember in general nights out in Australia were a lot earlier than in England, so I would imagine it could have been nearer 7ish, but I'm not sure.
There's a traveller called Antoine van Latham that I believe you met at the Wake Up Hostel, is that right?
Yes.
And he was staying in your area, your dorm, at Wake Up with you and Ellen, is that the case?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think I can remember that specifically, but Ellen has a much better memory.
Were you staying in like a little cottage, like a little house when you were at Wake Up, or a different type of area?
Yeah, it was sort of, they were like little houses with like bunk beds in.
When you first arrived, are you able to remember now whether Antoine was already there?
No, I'm not sure. Sorry.
Ellen indicated to the coroner that you arrived and you had a meal at one spot and then you moved to another location where you started talking to Antoine and some of the people he was with. Is that your memory as well?
Yes, I think we sat at a separate table potentially with some women, and then we went and I stood by the heater with another man who was the man that we went stargazing with later on in the night.
Do you remember
So
his
we
name?
sort of split off there. No,
Do you remember
I'm afraid
the
I
name?
don't.
This is the name of the man who you went stargazing with. You've described him as he was American and he had an Asian appearance. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so.
Now, you indicated that the second table that you went to had a heater. What's your memory of what the weather was like that night?
I remember it being really cold. I'm a bit more of a wuss than Ellen, so I get really cold. So I have a very strong memory of it being a particularly cold night. And when we were asked to recall the night, that was kind of the key thing I could remember, because I just stood by that heater and like I didn't want to leave it because I was so cold.
And this is even, you've indicated in your statement you were wearing 2 jumpers and 2 pairs of pants, is that right?
Yes, I was wearing leggings and trackies, a long sleeve top, a hoodie and a fleece, because that was all the clothes I had with me.
And then you were still as close to the heater as you could possibly get.
Yes.
And you're from England.
Yeah. But I do feel the cold.
Well, I'll show you a photo now of the outdoor terrace at the Wake Up Hostel. It's right now. Is that up on your screen now, Eden?
Yeah, I can see it.
There's a picture of some picnic tables there. Was that the type of table that you were at when you were at the burger night?
Yes, it was that kind of table.
When you went to the second table, which had the heat lamp, am I right in saying you had something to eat at one table and then you moved to the second table because you saw that it had a heat lamp? Is that what happened?
I'm not sure. It could have been for any reason. I can't remember.
In any event, the second table did have a heat lamp and you were pretty keen to stay close to it, is that right?
Yeah, well, there was a table, and then the heat lamp was sort of on the almost like near the corner of the table, but like I was standing next to it because like I didn't feel like the heat was sort of enough on the table, if you know what I mean. So like it wasn't kind of on the table; it was next to the table.
How many people approximately were at this second table that you were at?
I think it was completely full. I think it because I don't think there was like somewhere where like I mean obviously I was standing by the heat lamp, but I remember it kind of looking over and it being quite full.
And apart from Antoine, was there anybody else that you already knew who was at that table?
Not that I can remember. I think we probably did know people like Ellen said, but I didn't remember that.
Do you see on the right-hand side of that picture on the screen, there's like a hut-like structure?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a place where people could buy alcohol?
Yes, I think they had a bar. It was just a small bar, and I bought a beer from it.
Do you remember what kind of beer you bought in terms of whether it was in a bottle or in a glass? Anything
I
about
think it was in like a plastic cup. it was just like a lager. And I think as far as I remember, that was like the only option. It wasn't like a really big bar with lots of different kinds of drinks.
Do you remember if it was serving wine or any other type of alcohol?
I don't remember. I
you
would normally go for a beer anyway.
Do you remember if it was particularly expensive or not expensive?
I have a vague recollection that it may have been slightly expensive because I only got one drink. But we were travellers, so we were being very careful with money.
Was your plan that night, you would have heard Mr Harrington ask some questions of Ellen about that night, were you planning to have a few drinks that night, or did you have no particular plan?
No, as far as I remember, me and Ellen share a birthday, and our birthday was only 2 days later. So it wasn't like there was no intention to have a huge night just before our birthday. It was more kind of to meet people and maybe make some friends that then we might go out with on our birthday, sort of thing.
I'll ask one more question about this picture and then I'll take it off the screen. Do you remember where, in relation to that hut where you could buy drinks, the big table was with the heat lamp where everybody was?
Yeah, as far as I remember, we would be sort of, the picture would be taken from where the heat lamp was, and then the table would be kind of out of shot on the left. But I might have sort of distorted it in my head.
I'll take that picture off screen now so that we can see you again. Going to that table and doing your best, understanding that it was some time ago, was there approximately 8 people at that table, 10 people at that table?
I couldn't be sure, but probably 8 to 10 sounds about right.
You said that you bought one beer. Did Ellen buy one beer as well?
Yeah, as far as I can remember.
You said in your second statement, everyone at the table seemed to be drinking some kind of alcohol. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember anything else about what people were drinking at that table? Was anyone drinking spirits?
I can remember people drinking wine, but I don't remember there being spirits.
One of the things you say in your statement is that some people had brought their own wine. Do you remember how you knew that they had brought their own wine?
I can't remember, but most likely because it was in a box. In Australia, there was like goon, which we don't really have in England. So I think I'm pretty sure like they had a box of that. But also because I don't remember the bar being particularly like extensive, and at hostels you normally bring your own alcohol.
And do you know whether they were selling cask wine or goon at the hut?
I'm not sure.
Were you offered any of the wine at the table? Did someone say, would you like some?
I may have been. I can't remember.
Ellen thought she might have had a glass or two of that wine. Did you have a glass of that wine? Do you recall?
I don't think I did, because I don't remember sitting at that table at all. But I could have done.
You could have done?
I could potentially have had a glass, but I don't remember having one.
Do you remember thinking anything about the group in terms of whether or not some or all of them were affected by alcohol or drunk in any way?
I don't remember having any particular impression.
Do you remember Theo Hayez at this time?
No, because I don't think we'd been introduced, so I didn't know who anyone was individually particularly.
Apart from Antoine, who you knew slightly from before, was there anybody else at the table that you remember that you knew or had met before?
Not that I can remember. It appears that I probably did know people, but I couldn't remember that when I made my statement.
Were you mostly talking to Ellen because you knew her, or were you introducing yourself to other people at the table and chatting with them?
So the only memory I have from that part of the evening is standing by the heat lamp talking to the American man. And I feel like I was talking to him for quite a long time. We were having like a very in-depth conversation. I can't remember about what, but something like politics or, something like we were obviously having a good conversation about.
Was it quite common when you would meet people in a backpackers hostel to talk about what you'd been doing while you'd been in Australia? Is that a normal topic of conversation?
Yeah, definitely. It was all about trying to find out what people had done and what, in case they'd been travelling to a different place, so we could have good recommendations.
In terms of recommendations, were you also trying to find out what's good to do at Byron Bay? Does anyone have any tips or recommendations for Byron Bay?
We probably did have that conversation, but I can't remember.
I'm just going to run through some topics, and you would remember that Mr. Harrington did this with Ellen as well. Do you remember talking about the lighthouse?
I remember that we had a vague intention to go, so we could have talked about it, but I don't remember.
What about parties on the beach, like parties with a fire and some music on the beach? Is that something that you remember anyone mentioning?
No, I don't remember anyone mentioning that.
Is it possible that they did? Is that the sort of thing that might have been discussed?
I don't think so. I think, as far as I can remember, we weren't aware of that.
What about Tallows Beach? Is that something that might have been discussed?
I think I'd heard of the name, but not in relation to doing anything there, just as like a nice beach to go to.
Or Cosy Corner? Had you heard of Cosy Corner?
No, I hadn't heard of Cosy Corner.
Was there any discussion of bushwalks or natural areas or nice places to walk?
Not as far as I can remember, no.
Was there any discussion about doing things at night at Byron Bay or about the safety of Byron Bay at night at that point of the hostel?
No.
Was there any discussion of drugs or where to get drugs or other people showing any interest in drugs?
No, not as far as I can remember.
Do you remember anything about how it came to be that a group of people decided to go out to Cheeky Monkeys, how that plan was arrived at?
So as far as I can remember, it happened quite quickly. I think we were kind of still standing around. I may have sat down. In fact, I think I might have sat down, and then there was sort of some kind of, I think someone must have had the shuttle bus times and realised that the shuttle was going to be coming quite soon. So there was kind of a moment of like, do we try and catch this one or do we not? And I believe we ran to get it, or at least sort of walked quite quickly to get it. So it kind of felt like quite a quick decision.
Was the plan at that stage, while you were still at the hostel, was the plan to go just into town, or was it to go to Cheeky Monkeys in particular?
No, it wasn't to go to Cheeky Monkeys, because we had, I think, a stamp or on our hand or like some card or something, to go to the like railway hotel or I don't know, bar or something. So that wasn't our like intention, no.
There's some evidence before the coroner that there were cards being handed out at Wake Up, providing either free drinks at Cheeky Monkeys or maybe discount drinks at Cheeky Monkeys. Do you remember anything about cards being given out at Wake Up or people having those cards?
Yeah, so I think when we got off the shuttle bus, the other people in our group had them. I thought they were wristbands, but they must have been cards. And that's why we decided to go to Cheeky Monkeys, because I remember I was a bit resistant because I wanted to get my free drink at the other bar. So I can remember being like, oh, do we have to? And then deciding to go. But it was quite a brief conversation.
Sure. Can I just break that down with you a bit? You just said then that you thought that people had wristbands for Cheeky Monkeys, not cards, but it must have been cards. Why must it have been cards and not wristbands?
Only because you suggested it might have been cards. I'm not sure.
You've said in your statement that it was wristbands, so if I could just test your memory a bit on that. Is it your memory that it was wristbands or cards?
When I wrote this statement, I would have been confident it was wristbands, but obviously that was a long time ago, so now I can't remember whether it actually was or not, I'm afraid.
what you do seem to have a pretty good memory of is that you had your card for the free drink at Railway, which meant that you were slightly preferring going there. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
So is it possible that whatever was on offer at Cheeky Monkeys might not have been as good as a whole free drink, like it might have just been a half-price drink or something like that?
Well, yeah, I think it was just that because we didn't have that card, we weren't going to get the free drink or whatever at Cheeky Monkeys. So I was just being like stingy and wanted my free drink.
But in the end, you decided that you'd go with the group to Cheeky Monkeys, is that right? You got over.
I don't think it took much persuasion. I think Ellen just was like, come on, let's go.
Just before we get to when you arrive at town, when you're taking the shuttle buses into town, is it your memory you were on the same bus with Ellen?
Yes, we were on the same bus.
And do you remember the other people on the bus?
I think it was Annika, Antoine, Theo, and another guy.
Theo was wearing a cap that night, and it seems like he was the only person on that group, on the bus at least, that wore a cap. Do you remember anything else about him from being on the bus?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Can you describe in any way the atmosphere on the bus when you were going into town?
So I think it was quite a jolly atmosphere and we were chatting, but we did get that shuttle bus on a couple of other nights, so it would be hard for me to remember which night that was, I'm afraid.
There's a point at which you arrive and there's a brief discussion about where you're going to go, and you've told us that you were leaning towards Railway, but ultimately the group decided to go to Cheeky Monkeys. Do you recall if anyone in the group in particular was the pro-Cheeky Monkey camp? Was there anyone saying let's go there in particular?
No, I think it was just, as far as I remember, just the people who had the free drink or the deal for Cheeky Monkeys that were just, it was more that probably they were the majority, so they were going to go there, and me and Ellen were deciding whether we kind of went with them or not.
And you said in your statement that you can't recall now how you got from the shuttle bus drop-off to the bar. Either someone might have looked it up on their phone, but you were really just following the group, is that right?
Yes, as far as I can remember, I was just following the group.
And you also indicated in your statement you were cold, so you were trying to move quite quickly, is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Ellen was shown some footage of the group walking towards the bar and then standing outside. Do you have any memory of walking towards the bar and then standing outside?
Only to like get our IDs out to go into the bar. That's all I can remember.
Ellen was also shown some footage of when the group first goes inside and Theo has to step back to avoid walking into Annika. Do you remember seeing that in the footage?
No, I don't, sorry.
We might show you that footage again, but before we show you the footage, was there anything that you saw walking to the bar or when you entered the bar that suggested that Theo was unsteady on his feet or in any way affected by alcohol?
No, there was. I don't have any memory of that. And as Ellen said, normally you would, if someone was very drunk, you would normally remember.
Do you remember seeing footage that was shown to Eden where Theo's looking at his phone and seems to be using his phone in some way?
No, I don't remember that.
We might just show you some of the CCTV footage of when you first go in.
Okay.
Eden, are you and Ellen walking in the back there?
Yeah, I've got my hood up.
Put your hood up. And is it the case that you're just behind Theo and his cap there with your hood up, hunkered down?
Yeah, that looks like, yeah, that's me, yeah.
He looks like he's turning and talking to you and Ellen there. Do you have any recollection about what that was about or what was being said?
No, sorry.
We'll just bring it forward a bit to when you go in. Just watch now. Do you see that step back, Eden?
Yeah, I did.
Do you have any recollection of seeing that or seeing anything like that at any other stage?
No, I don't.
Now, if we just keep moving at this point, you seem to be indicating something outside. Do you recall what that was about?
No, sorry, I don't. It might have been something to do with the bouncers on the door, but I'm not sure what.
I'll just pause there. Now, I'm just pausing it there, Eden, and please don't apologise. We understand this was some time ago. We're just doing our best to get everything we can from your memory to assist Theo's family and the coroner. But it seems at this point that Antoine and Annika and Sander and Theo have come outside again, but you and Ellen don't. Do you recall anything about why that was?
No, was this immediately after we went in?
Shortly after, yes.
I'm afraid I don't know.
And if you can see there that Theo is on his phone, would you be able to assist us at all with what he might have been doing, or whether he told someone later what he was doing on his phone at that point, or anything of that nature?
No, I'm not sure. I don't remember them doing this. I'm not sure where we would have been when they were.
One possibility that's been suggested is this going outside had something to do with the discount drink cards or something like that. Is it possible that you stayed inside because you didn't have those cards?
Yeah, there's a possibility that could have been the case. Potentially something to do with, if you get a card on the door, if you had the wristband on or something like that, and they didn't get that. Because I feel like there was maybe some confusion when we went to the bar, but I'm not sure.
So you don't think, doing your best, that you got a discount that night personally?
I think we potentially tried to ask for one at the bar, and we might have got like a 2-for-1 like happy hour deal, but I don't think we managed to get one, unless they did just give us a card, but I can't remember.
We're going to show you some footage now of when you're sitting at the booth, and is it the case that you're facing Ellen on the edge of the booth, just where that cursor is, to the bottom left?
Yeah, that's me.
And you indicated in your statement that you got the impression that everybody knew each other at the table, as in you and Ellen knew each other, and then the rest of the group, they knew each other as well?
Yeah, I don't think I maybe thought they knew each other really well, but they knew each other a bit better. I thought at the time.
At this point, we can see that Theo and Sander are having quite an engaged conversation. Just pause there. Was it the case that you felt a bit left out in the sense that they were talking very much with each other? I'm not being critical of you or Theo, but was that sort of the vibe you had at the time?
I think potentially they might have, sometimes, I was more aware if people were from like more European countries, like they sometimes had a bit more in common, I suppose, and sometimes. So, it may have been one of those situations where they were just having, a chat about, something to do with that. But it was more just that we were like trying to make conversation, and because we were facing each other, it was kind of easy to slip back and have a little chat amongst ourselves.
And you've described it in your statement as civilised, friendly, but not loud. Is that your memory now of the atmosphere at the table?
Sorry, I didn't hear that bit.
You described it in your statement as civilised, friendly, but not loud. Is that your memory now of what the atmosphere was like at the table?
Yeah, it felt more like a bar or a pub rather than a club.
Did you have any impression at this point of Theo, whether it was something he was saying or something he was doing? Is there anything you could extract from your memory about what impression Theo had made on you at this point?
As far as I can remember, he seemed really nice, but not like particularly loud, like not a huge personality. I think there wasn't like a really obvious person that was standing out. We were all just kind of talking to each other. So yeah, no, not like a massive impression.
Can you remember anything about what the topics of conversations were while you were sitting at the booth?
No, I'm afraid not. Probably something to do with travelling, maybe where they were from, where we were from, that kind of thing.
You say in your statement that you got the impression that Theo and Antoine were travelling together. Can you say why you had that impression?
I think they were both from Belgium, and I probably just made that assumption. I think what had happened is them three had maybe met earlier in the evening or earlier in the day, or at least a couple of them had. Whereas at the barbecue, I didn't speak to them as much, so I just wasn't sure of their dynamics, and I don't ever really checked. So sometimes you just have to like read between the lines, and I think I assumed that they were more friendly, so maybe they were travelling together.
Now, just at the point at which we paused, and I don't know if we can try and take it back just a tiny bit to show you this bit again, because you asked to see it again. So some people are going to walk in quite jubilant. Mm-hmm. And there's one fellow with a beard. Did you notice him?
No.
And now there's a man.
This one.
Now there's a man coming to the table wearing a cap, and he's holding 2 beers, and he appears to be talking, and another man's joined, also with a beard and a hoodie, but not wearing a cap.
Yeah.
Do you recall anything about these men?
No, I can't remember.
Could they have been guests from Wake Up who arrived on the second shuttle? Is that a possibility?
Potentially, yeah, that could have been it. I'm trying to work out what I'm doing with my hands because that might explain what I was talking about. But I'm not sure. Me and Ellen tend to be like very friendly, like excitable people. So when random people come up to us, our impression, like we normally engage with it rather than kind of shy away. So it could have been anything, to be honest.
So the sort of friendly, relaxed way in which you're chatting with them may or may not mean that you've known them from before, or they could be complete strangers. Is that right?
Yeah, 100%. It could very easily just be people that came up and started chatting to us. We tend to, really engage with that.
Did you see, I can take it back if you like, but did you see that the man with the beard who didn't have a cap on seemed to be waving a card and then go to the bar? Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Does that do anything to jog your memory about what you might have been talking about?
No, I'm just trying to work it out. I think I did like that before. I don't know what I meant, what I was talking about. No, sorry.
Right, I'll just play a bit more of this footage. Yeah, we're just going to play something that we've already played to Ellen, which is just before you move tables, and Is that you getting a drink for yourself and Ellen?
I couldn't see where I was, and sorry, I don't know what I was doing.
And again, we have this fellow.
Come over.
And you see how the fellow with the beard's pointing at something? Is this any memory of this at all?
It might have been the thing that made us move to the bigger table. He might have been someone from the hostel or someone the others knew. As far as I remember, the reason we moved to the other table was because the other people on the table knew the people that we were going to sit with. So that may well have been one of the people that was that we went and sat with on the bigger table.
And you'll see there that Theo's drinking his beer in one big gulp. Do you recall anything about why he did that?
No, I mean normally if you're moving tables in this kind of venue, like quite often people would down their drink and then get another one for the next table. So I would assume that would be why.
All right, I'll take that footage off and move back so we can see you, Eden. Eden, after you moved to the bigger table, did you have any conversation with Theo at that point?
Not that I can remember. I just remember speaking to this other girl on the table.
You describe a girl that was English and had ginger hair and who seemed quite drunk. Do you know if she was a guest at the Wake Up Hostel?
I'm not sure. She may have been.
Do you remember her name or anything else about her?
No, I'm afraid not.
And is it the case that she dragged Ellen onto the dance floor and you followed? Is that right?
Yeah, as far as I can remember, that's what happened.
When I say the dance floor, I mean those tables where you'd stand up and dance. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, do you have any memory of Theo in terms of either speaking to him or even noticing where he was or what he was doing from this point?
No, I'm afraid the last time I remember was at the booth.
And you indicated in your statement that there was a point when you got engaged in quite a long conversation in the bathroom with a bunch of girls?
Yes.
And without going into too much detail about that conversation, was there anything about drugs or parties or anything that was discussed in the bathroom with those girls?
No, it was just one of the local girls' birthday party. I think there might have been, I think I was kind of interested that they had come to this particular club when they were local, because quite often, like, you assume it might be like a more traveller venue. So like, it was interesting that they were also there. So I kind of got the impression it must be like quite a good place to come.
And was there any discussion with those girls about other things to do in Byron Bay that might be fun or that they recommended?
No, not that I can remember.
Now, you now know that Theo was asked to leave Cheeky Monkeys because he was approaching intoxication. Is that something that you knew at the time that you were in Byron Bay at any stage?
No, I didn't know that happened.
Did you see Theo doing or saying anything while you were at the bar that would suggest that he was approaching intoxication?
Not that I can remember. No, sorry.
You heard Ellen give evidence about how the two of you went to another bar, but you didn't really like the atmosphere of that place much either, is that right?
Yeah, it felt kind of almost like a hotel lobby. It was like, I think it had a carpet, and we had a little sort of dance with like to ourselves in a bit of a silly way, and then we left.
And when you left, you walked back to the Wake Up Hostel, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And you've indicated in your statement that you were using a map that you'd downloaded before to get back, is that right?
Yeah, that's how we must have got back. We did that throughout our travels.
One of the things you say in your statement is that you never worked out where the beach was in relation to everywhere else in Byron Bay.
Yeah, that's because Ellen's got a really good sense of direction. So I was just relying on her.
Did you ever work out that there was one beach that the hostel was on, Belongal Beach, which turned into Main Beach when you got nearer the town, and then on the other side of the headland and the lighthouse there was a different beach called Tallows Beach? Was that something that you became aware of when you were in Byron Bay?
I think I only became aware of that afterwards.
Ellen told Mr Harrington that you met up again with the man that you'd known earlier in the night, the American man, and you'd spent some time at a bench stargazing. Is that right?
Yes, that's true.
Is it also your memory that that was for about 20 minutes? Do you think it was longer or shorter than that?
Yeah, I don't think it was for a really long time. I think I kind of slightly surprised myself because the walk home, I think I was complaining about it being cold. And then I kind of decided I wanted to stargaze. But then, yeah, we would have got cold after about 15 minutes probably.
What was it that made you want to stargaze? Were the stars particularly bright that night, or was there something interesting about them?
Well, the guy, when we were walking back, it was quite like, I found it a bit eerie, like it was very dark and quiet and it almost felt residential. And then the guy that we were stargazing with sort of like appeared out of nowhere, which initially like made me a bit nervous, and then we started chatting, and I think he was like, he kind of was like, do you want to go stargazing? And I was like, yeah, that sounds like a really nice thing to do. So I can't remember if it was particularly bright, but we definitely saw stars, otherwise we wouldn't have laid there for ages.
Do you remember anything about the moon and whether it was a bright moon or a dark night or anything of that nature?
No, I can't, I'm afraid.
And you didn't actually, you were at Byron Bay until the 4th of June, is that right?
Yes, I think, yes, it was, yeah.
And you didn't find out that Theo was missing until the 8th of July, is that right, when you got the email from Detective Parker?
Yes, it wasn't until the 8th of July.
And you said in your statement you were really shocked to hear that because you hadn't actually heard that from anybody else at Wake Up or even from the media, is that right?
Yeah, I was really shocked because we spoke to someone in the hostel that day and they couldn't believe that we hadn't heard about it.
Do you remember who you spoke to from the hostel who was surprised about that?
It was just like a man from Australia who had like recently come to New Zealand, and so he was just like, yeah, shocked.
And when you got that email from Detective Parker, did you try and remember everything you could about that night and about Theo in particular to see if there was anything that might assist the police to help find Theo?
Yeah, we thought really, really hard, but obviously it was over a month later, so it was unfortunately one of the first nights out we had in travelling, and then we went out so many times after that.
And I know that you've been in contact with Ellen since then, and you've spoken to Ellen as well about whether or not there's anything the two of you can remember about that night that might be important, is that right?
Yes.
Have you had any contact with anyone else that you went out with that night to talk to them about what might be remembered or might have been significant about that night?
No, I've not.
If you remember anything else, no matter how small, about this night, would you contact Detective Parker again and let him know?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Eden, but there might be some other questions from the other lawyers at the bar table. Thank you for your time.
No worries.
Ms Palmer?
Thank you, Your Honour. Eden, my name is Claire Palmer. I'm counsel for the Commissioner of Police. During your time in Byron at any stage or at any time before, do you recall any discussion or anyone warning you that you needed to be careful after dark in Byron Bay?
No, I don't remember anyone warning me that.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Your Honour.
Mr Evenden?
Thank you, Your Honour. Eden, I'm asking some questions on behalf of Theo's family. You said it was really cold that night. there's a weather station up at the lighthouse which says that at about 7:30 to 9:30, when you were having the barbecue, that it was about 15 degrees. Does that sound about right, or was your impression it was colder?
My impression was that it was colder. I mean, up to this point, we had been in Southeast Asia and then Australia, so maybe I wasn't as used to the cold, but I had the impression it was colder than that.
All right. Now, just in terms of your memory of talking to Theo that night, am I right in saying that it wasn't until you were on the bus that you noticed him? Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. And then when you first emailed Detective Parker on the 9th of July, you indicated at that point that at that stage you said, look, I've looked at his Facebook page, I recognise his face, I can't remember whether we had a conversation. Is that right?
Yes, at first I couldn't put a face to the night sort of thing.
All right. And then you essentially said that he may have been with you, but you couldn't remember whether he was or not.
Yeah.
So,
I think, sorry.
Sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, I think initially I couldn't remember, but then we were sent a picture of the CCTV, which kind of allowed me to realise who it was, and then speaking to Ellen, I think I built up a better memory of the night.
And from that you've had a sense of what he was like, which has allowed you to tell us, for example, that you didn't think he was particularly loud or talkative. Is that
Yes.
right? Right.
As far as I can remember.
In your October 2020 statement, you said, I don't recall talking to Theo at all in the bar. Is that still the case?
In which statement? The police one.
The final statement, so the later one, at paragraphs of that statement.
Sorry, which paragraph?
Paragraph 6.
Yeah, so I can remember sitting in the booth, but I can't remember any direct conversation we had. We may well have been in a group conversation, but I can't remember having a one-on-one conversation.
All right. And finally, you said something in your evidence in chief about that video footage of the entrance, and that there might have been something to do with bouncers on the door. Do you have a recollection of the security that night at Cheeky Monkeys?
I'm afraid I don't. The only reason I said that was because sometimes bouncers can, behave a bit weirdly. So just from watching myself, it could have been that. But I don't have any actual memory of it, I'm afraid.
All right. And during your time in Cheeky Monkeys that night, do you have any memory of how the security people were operating?
I don't remember being in contact with any of them, I'm afraid.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Anything arising?
No, thank you, Your Honour. And thank you to Ms Parsons, particularly for starting early so she could watch Ellen as well.
Yes, thanks very much, Ms Parsons. We really appreciate making yourself available. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Should I leave now?
Sorry, could I...
Yeah. Oh, sorry, just one moment. There might just be one more question.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry. Yep. Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yep, that's great. I do have another question. If you can go down to paragraph 9 of the statement, the final statement that you've got.
Mm-hmm.
You've talked there about meeting some girls in the girls' toilets, and they
Yeah.
were local to the area. Do you remember where those girls were from?
I think they were from Byron, as far as I know.
All right. And do you remember what their background was or anything about them?
I actually have one of them on Facebook, but randomly. I haven't actually looked at their Facebook though. But I think they just were around my age. They all were wearing colourful wigs. And we were just mainly talking about the fact that we had the same birthday.
Australian type background or any particular racial background?
Yeah. I think they were, they seemed to be Australian, and as far as I remember, they were all white.
All right. And if I said the name Karaki to you, does that mean anything to you?
No.
Remember whether those girls were from a town called Karaki?
Oh, they could have been. I don't remember that, but I do. They may well have been from like around Byron. I'm not sure.
Mr. Evening, I think the pronunciation is Korakai.
Korakai.
Just so that
Okay.
there's no confusion.
And likewise, I'll ask the question in relation to Korakai. Does that ring any bells for you?
No, it doesn't. Is that something you'd want me to check? Because I do have them on Facebook.
If you've got them on Facebook and you can check whether anyone's from that location and let the council assisting team know, that would be appreciated.
Should I do that right now?
Oh, maybe you could do that in your own time, and then we'll send you an email tomorrow and see how you went.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
All right, thank you.
Thanks very much, Eden. You're free to go.
No worries. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you.
Go straight.
Yes, Mr. Harrington.
Your Honour, the next witness is Marlene Ilsmann from. Marlene is in Germany. I understand it's about 1:15 in the morning there, so we might proceed.
Yes.
With evidence straight
Thank
away.
you, Marlene. Can you see and hear us okay? You might be on mute. Okay, can you see and hear us? Would you just speak just so we can make sure we can hear you? Are you able to say something? We can't hear you. You might be on mute. No. Okay, we'll try and sort it out. I'm sorry, I know it's very late for you.
Perhaps could you check if your microphone is switched on? Sometimes the microphone can be switched off. Can you hear anything now? We can't hear you still, I'm sorry. Could you check if there's a picture of a microphone on your screen? Maybe if you click that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Perfect. Hang on.
Thanks.
Is that okay? We can hear you.
Yeah, I switched around those. So I'm just going like this. Is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Yeah.
Ilsmann, I'm going to swear you in. Do you wish to take a religious oath or a non-religious oath?
Non-religious is fine.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms Ilsmann. Yes.
I might remain seated.
Yes, thank you, Mr Harrington.
Ms Ilsmann, we know that you're on an internet connection from Germany, so I'll try to speak very slowly because I think the connection isn't very good, but if at any time you don't understand something, please just say.
Yeah, it's just a little bit quiet. The rest is fine.
Okay, well, please say I'll try to talk very close to the microphone, and please say if you need me to repeat a question.
All right.
Okay. Is your name Marlene Ilsmann, spelt Marlenilsmann?
Yes,
And do you live in Germany?
I do.
What location are you in Germany?
Bensberg, Bergisch Gladbach.
Okay, Bergisch Gladbach. And what time is it there?
It's 1:17 a.m.
Okay, all right. Well, we're sorry that it's so late, and we'll try to do this as quick as we can. I'll just let you know that Theo's family is in the court with us today listening. And there are a couple of other lawyers who might ask you questions after me.
All right.
And if you don't understand a question or the English, then please let me know. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll call you Marlene if that's okay.
That's all right.
Okay. Marlene, you were travelling in Australia in May of 2019.
Yes.
And did you travel to Byron Bay from the Gold Coast on the 29th of May 2019?
Yeah, I came from Surfers Paradise.
Okay. And you caught the Greyhound bus that went from Surfers Paradise into the middle of Byron Bay?
Yes.
And I'll just ask you before we go on, have you provided a statement to the lawyers assisting the coroner, a written statement?
We had a video chat about a year ago, and I have
Yes.
written statement from them in front of me.
Mm-hmm. And is that does that have the date 13 November 2020 on it?
In a paragraph or somewhere below?
In the box
Or do you
on
want
the
me to find
first
it?
page of the statement.
Can you say the date again?
13 of November 2020.
Yes.
Okay. And did you also sent some emails to Detective Philip Parker of the New South Wales Police in June of 2019?
I did.
And also included in your written statement is an interview that you had with the Belgian police?
I had an interview with the German police, but they were interviewing me because the Belgian authorities were looking for me. So there's a connection.
And is what you said in those emails and the statement and the interview with the German police, is that all correct and true?
Yes, I believe so. There are some mistakes. I just noticed that in the third paragraph there's a wrong date, but other than that, it's correct.
Okay, can you tell me about the date in the third paragraph?
it's on the third paragraph. It's Byron Bay on the 29th of March till the 2nd of March, which obviously doesn't make sense. So it's the 2nd of June.
Okay, so the 29th of May to the 2nd of June.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So just to go back then, you took the Greyhound bus on the 29th of May from Surfers Paradise to Byron Bay.
Yeah.
And when you got off the bus, you looked for the shuttle bus that was going to take you to the Wake Up Hostel, which is where you were staying.
That's correct.
And in your statement, you say that when you were looking for the shuttle bus to take you to Wake Up, you noticed Theo because you thought that he looked like a German backpacker.
Yeah, it's like a game I used to play with my friends, so spot the German, you know. You kind of match that description.
Well, I hope Theo's family isn't offended that you thought he was German. What made you think that he looked German?
So I said it was like his hat. He was wearing those like, I don't know, adventure hats, you know, going out in the wild. And his backpack hat was from a German brand.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was a Deutsche backpack, which is like a German brand. So that is like the first sign.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And did you travel on the same shuttle bus then with Theo to the Wake Up Hostel?
I can't remember. I don't think so. But I mean, we ended up at the same hostel, so it's might have been.
Did you see Theo in the days after you checked into the hostel around the hostel?
Yeah, as I said, I saw him like around the public areas, like the kitchen.
Mm-hmm. And do you remember anything about what you saw Theo doing when you saw him at the hostel?
As far as I remember, he was just like eating, preparing food.
Mm-hmm. And was that food that was he cooking food that he looked like he had purchased?
Oh, I don't know. I was cooking food at the time, but that one time I remember clearly he was like sitting at a bench or table and was eating something, and I was cooking at the same time in this like open space kitchen at the Wake Up Hostel.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any conversations with Theo in the kitchen when you were cooking together?
No.
No. Did you see Theo talking to anyone at that time in the kitchen?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. When you checked into the Wake Up Hostel, did any of the staff at the hotel tell you about how to go into Byron Bay?
I didn't know if they specifically told me how to get into Byron Bay, but obviously they had those like shutter times laying around or hanging on the wall.
Mm-hmm. And did they tell you anything about how you would walk back to the hostel from Byron Bay, the centre of Byron Bay?
I don't remember anything.
Okay. When you would go into Byron Bay from the hostel and then go back to the hostel, how did you get around?
So I biked, so you can rent bikes there, and I walked. It's not too far, but I took the shuttle.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know like specific routes?
Yeah. So when you walked, what route did you take when you walked?
I believe the fastest route was just along the street or like the roads into the middle of town, which was the same place where the Greyhound stops, but the nicer way is just along the beach.
Mm-hmm. So you could walk all along the beach that was in front of the hostel, and you would go to the centre of Byron that way?
Yeah.
And is that a route that you worked out yourself, or did someone tell you to take that route?
I'm pretty sure I just worked it out myself or just Googled it. So Google Maps was my way to work around places like that.
And you used Google Maps in Byron Bay?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay. Do you remember if you had any trouble navigating with Google Maps in Byron Bay when you used it?
I don't remember having any issues with Google Maps.
Thank you. You arrived in Byron Bay on the 29th of May. Can I ask you what you did in Byron Bay over the next few days until the 31st of May, if you can remember?
I can't remember like a specific schedule I followed or a specific itinerary. I went snorkeling, surfing, went on a walk, bike rides, but all like in the greater area of Byron Bay. I didn't really leave the city.
Did you go to the beach?
I did.
Yeah. Do you remember how many beaches you went to in Byron?
I don't really know that they're like specific names, so I just went out of the hostel to the beach right in front of the hostel, and then I walked left and right, but I don't remember the names.
Did you know that there was two big beaches in Byron, one that was in front of your hostel and one that was along the east coast and south of the lighthouse?
So help me out with a like map here. So there's a town and the lighthouse is right here, so it's behind there. I'm pretty sure I didn't go there.
Okay. And if I said to you that beach was called Tallows Beach, does that sound familiar to you or not at all?
No.
Okay, that's okay. And in those days on the 29th or 30th or 31st of May, did you go to the lighthouse at Byron Bay?
Yeah, I went twice.
Okay. And so can you just tell me a little bit about the first time and the second time that you went to the lighthouse? Did you do anything differently between the first time and the second time?
I can't remember which one was the first time, which one was the second time. One time I went with a shuttle bus from the hostel in the morning to like see the sunrise. So it must have been pretty early in the morning. And I walked back from there, back to the hostel. And another time I went by bike.
And when you went to see the sunrise, do you remember what the weather was like when you saw the sunrise at the lighthouse?
I remember it being a little cold, but not like too cold. I mean, it was the start of winter, so it was a little chilly in the morning, but not too cold.
Okay. So you had been to the lighthouse twice before you went to the barbecue on the 31st of May at the Wake Up Hostel.
I might have been, but I'm not really sure what I did on the first.
On the
Have
first.
been on the first, exactly.
Oh,
So
okay.
I could have been one of the times on the first.
Okay. So you might have been to the lighthouse already before the barbecue, or you might have gone.
I'm pretty sure I went at least once, but I'm not sure if I went twice before the barbecue.
Okay, thank you. And so, can I also ask you, how did you hear about going to the lighthouse at Byron Bay as a thing to do?
Like as an attraction?
Yes.
I I'm pretty sure that's like the first thing that comes up when you Google what to do in Byron Bay.
Was there, did you see some brochures at the hostel about the lighthouse when you checked in or after that?
They have those like wooden or maybe some other material signs with things to do.
And was the lighthouse one of those things?
Yeah, because they had this shuttle ride in the morning, which was specific for us to get us there so we can watch the sunrise.
And apart from the brochures, did you have some conversations with any other people staying at the Wake Up Hostel about what to do in Byron Bay?
We probably talked about some things to do, but I don't have like a specific conversation in my mind.
Do you remember whether there were any conversations that there were parties on the beach at night or in the bush?
Haven't heard of it.
Are you aware now of any parties in Byron Bay on the beach or in the bush, or you've not heard about that at all?
Well, you've asked me before, so I've heard of that then, but not anything or any party that took place at that time.
Okay, all right, thank you. So then on the evening of the 31st of May, there was a barbecue at the hostel?
Yes.
And by that time, had you met a woman called Annika?
Yeah, we went to the barbecue together.
And she was staying in the same room as you?
Yes.
Did you go to the barbecue to meet some new people?
Yeah, it was a social night, so yeah.
And did you have any plans for that night after the barbecue, or did you just want to see what would happen?
No, I went snorkeling that morning, so I was pretty tired and wanted to go to bed early. So I was just hanging out there with the friends I made, and I just wanted to have an early night.
Okay. So did you recognise Theo at the barbecue?
So I saw him a couple of times before the barbecue, and I was always like, oh, yeah, German guy. And we ended up being in the same circle at the barbecue.
Okay. Can I just show you, I'm going to put a picture on the screen.
Yeah.
Do you recognise that as the barbecue area at the Wake Up Hostel?
Yeah.
Did it look similar the night to when the barbecue was on the night of the 31st of May?
Yeah, it does look similar. I remember the bar and the benches, and I believe we were standing right where our screens are right now. Oh, here we go. Right from the perspective the picture's taken up, you know?
Mm-hmm. So you were standing. Can you see on the right of the picture? There's a hut.
Yeah.
Was there some alcohol being served at the hut?
I believe so. Yeah.
And then in the middle of the picture, there's the table, a big table.
Yeah.
And so, can you tell me, with reference to those two things, where you were standing or sitting?
Do you have another photo?
I don't
Or
think.
can you tell me from which perspective it is taken?
So, if the buildings of the hostel are behind us at this point, so you're looking away from the main buildings of the hostel into the barbecue area. and the
Yeah, I
beach.
believe it was in the front. So you have some stairs coming from the building.
Yep.
Then there was this like bench right in front of it. I believe it was pretty close to the stairs.
Okay, all right, close to the stairs. And I'll just take that off the screen so we can see you again. And was there a heater near the table?
Yeah, it was right next to it.
And do you remember the weather that night at the barbecue?
It was really cold, or it felt really cold. That's why we like huddled up around this heater.
Okay, so was there some competition to be near the heater? Can I say that?
Like competition, but yeah, we tried to be close to it.
Okay. And did you eat some food at the barbecue?
No, I didn't. Well, I did eat my own food, but I didn't participate in the official barbecue food thing.
And do you remember if people, when they were getting food from the barbecue, was it a big plate of food or was it only a little portion of food, if you can remember?
I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to that.
That's okay. So when you were at the table with the heater, you said in your statement that Theo and another person came to the table and you started talking to him.
Yeah, we were talking. We were like in a little group, not a big group, because they came after most of the food was already eaten and everyone was like talking and chatting. And we were at the table with the heater and they joined us later.
And did you find out that the person that he was with was a person called Antoine Van Latham?
I didn't know him at the time, but I know that his name is Antoine now, but I didn't know his name before that.
But you knew him as someone from Belgium?
Yeah, so him and his friend came over, and Theo kept like close to the heater while Antoine went to the other people sitting at the bench. So we were standing and they were sitting, so there was a little gap, so we didn't really have time to talk.
But you spoke to Theo?
Yeah, because another friend or someone they knew joined, and his name was Alexander. And we were him, so Theo, Alexander, Annika, me, and maybe one or two other people, I can't remember. We were all standing around this heater.
Okay.
So that's why we talked. And I haven't really talked to Antoine.
Okay, so Antoine wasn't standing around the heater, he was sitting somewhere else at the table?
He might have been there for a short time, but not the whole time.
Okay. And so you started to talk to Theo and you must have realised he wasn't German at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what you spoke to Theo about?
So first of all, we found out he isn't German. So I was telling him that I thought he was German the whole time because of his backpack. So we talked about backpacking, traveling, his plans, where we were from. You know, those small talk, traveller talks.
And I think you when the German police were interviewing you, which was in October in 2019, you said that you talked about your travel itineraries, and Theo talked about the fact that his cousin and some of his relatives lived in Australia?
Yes.
And you said that he had said that he had travelled with his cousin for a while?
Oh, I didn't know they were traveling together. I know that he visited them before traveling in Australia, and then that he was on his way back to, like, what was it, close to Melbourne, to see them again before flying home to Belgium.
Okay. And so he said, did he say that he wanted to stay in Byron until at least the following Monday, and then he would take the Greyhound?
Yes, so my Greyhound left on, let's see, the Sunday, which must have been the 2nd, and we talked about that. I left on Sunday, and Annika and him were leaving the day after on the same Greyhound.
Okay. And can I just do a lawyer thing and ask you, when you were giving the answer to that question, you were looking at something to remind yourself. Could I just ask what documents you have with you at the moment?
So it's a statement from 2020.
Okay.
Can I show you? Do you want to see it?
No, that's fine. Yep.
So I just flipped over the page, but I needed the date, but it's on the first page, and I'm on my second page now.
No problem, no problem. We're just being lawyers. So Theo said that he would take the Greyhound and that he wanted to be Byron until the Monday. Did he also say that he would drive through Sydney and maybe stay there overnight?
I knew he had a stop in Sydney, but I'm not sure for how long. I knew it wasn't too long because we were in Sydney at that time. It was like, oh, we're just missing each other. And so he had to stop in Sydney before taking the Greyhound to Melbourne, I believe. But I'm not sure for how long. Maybe a day, maybe less than that.
Mm-hmm. And did he say that he would then go to Melbourne after Sydney to visit his family for a few days and then go back to Belgium?
Yes.
Okay. Just stopping there, do you remember what time you arrived at the barbecue?
No, must have been quite early, but like in the evening somewhere.
Mm-hmm. And did the barbecue have to stop because at a certain time because the hostel didn't want noise being made after a certain point that evening?
I can't remember anyone going around telling us to be quiet at some point or something like that.
Okay. But was there a point where the barbecue was going to end?
I don't know if there's a specific time frame for the barbecue, but most people or a lot of the people at the barbecue were planning on going out that night anyways. So at some point, someone came around and said, oh, the last shutter's leaving in a few minutes. Mm-hmm. And everyone kept like started like packing up their stuff.
Mm-hmm. And Theo left to go to the shuttle bus?
Yes.
Do you remember how long before Theo left to go on the shuttle bus did you have the conversation with him about his travels?
Could have been 2 hours, could have been 1 hour.
Okay. And when Theo was talking to you about his travels, did you notice anything about whether he seemed that he had some alcohol? Did he seem sober or a little bit drunk, or what's your memory?
I mean, they were drinking out of this goon, how do you call it? This like, I have it somewhere written down here.
Yeah, So I wanted to ask you about that. We understand what goon means, so you can say goon.
Yeah, I'm just not used to it. It seems quite specific to Australia.
Yes. Do you remember when you first saw the goon?
I believe they came back from somewhere, and that's when they came to the heater or to our table, and they brought it with them.
And when you say they, who do you mean?
So him and the other Belgian, Antoine.
So Theo and Antoine.
Yes.
Did you so you saw them come to the table area or the heater with a box of goon?
Yeah, I remember the goon being placed on the table next to the heater.
Was it open at that stage?
Don't remember. Sorry.
Okay, all right. And did you stay near where the goon had been put on the table for a while after that?
We stayed in that area until everybody left for the last shuttle.
Okay. And do you remember who was drinking from the goon?
I remember him drinking from it.
When you say him, do you mean Theo?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
So he was drinking from it. Then it must have been Antoine because they came together with the goon, and Annika might have had a glass or two from it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure about Alexander, what he did. Can't really remember.
And those people that you've talked about then, they were the 5 or 6 people that were sitting around that table.
No, there were some more people. Those are the ones that were standing around the heater.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the other people sitting around the table, so not Antoine or Sander or Annika or Theo, did you see any of those other people drink from the goon?
I can't remember.
Okay. Is it possible that they did?
It is possible, but at the same time, they didn't really know each other, so they could have brought their own drinks.
So you didn't have the impression that Theo or Antoine knew those other people sitting at the other area of the table?
Well, knowing is a little hard to put into words because we saw each other and they probably seen each other around as well. But
Were they interacting?
Don't think they knew each other.
Was Antoine or anyone in the heater group, were they talking much with the other group at the table?
So as I said, Antoine went to the people that were sitting, and those were the people from my room. So we went as the whole room, or almost the whole room, went to the barbecue, and then there was someone from the French part of Switzerland or France, and he has grey hair. He was there, but I don't remember his name or anything about him.
Did the goon move from where Antoine and Theo put it near the heater to any other area at the table?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did you see Theo take more than one glass of goon from the goon box?
I can't remember.
Did you see Antoine take more than one glass from the goon box?
No idea. Really,
That's
didn't really pay attention to that.
That's okay. And just to be complete, do you remember seeing anyone else take any of the goon from the goon box?
Other than the people I just mentioned, I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember when it was time for the people to take the shuttle bus, whether the goon box was still there?
No idea.
Do you remember at all whether it was it had run out of goon at any time?
No.
Do you remember what happened to the goon box when people had left to go to the shuttle?
No.
Okay. When you were having a conversation with Theo about his travels, was that after the goon box had arrived?
So I believe they arrived with the goon box. So yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's when you first started to talk to Theo, was after he arrived with the goon box?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when you were talking to Theo about his travels, was that soon after the goon box had arrived, or was that later?
I don't really have a feeling of time from that evening. I don't remember.
That's okay. And can I ask you this, when you were talking to Theo about his travels, did he seem drunk?
No, he didn't seem like drunk. So I know he was drinking because the goon box was there, but they didn't, like, he talked clearly, he acted clearly, he didn't do anything that made me think, oh, he's drunk.
Okay. Did you have anything to drink from the goon box?
I didn't.
And why was that?
I don't really drink alcohol, or I have a glass of wine once a week. But I don't really drink on a regular basis, and I had a drink on Wednesday, so that was me for the week.
Thank you. Do you remember the general mood of the group of people around the heater?
I was happy, social. Everybody was happy to be there. As I said, it was a little cold, so everybody just cuddled up next to each other.
And was it was a civilised, normal conversation, would you say, or were people shouting or being very excited or anything like that?
I mean, people were drinking at this barbecue, so obviously when you're together and there are people drinking, it's like louder, but not concerning or anything.
And at the time that people started to leave to take the shuttle bus, how loud had things become compared to when the barbecue started?
No idea.
Thank you. Sorry, it's not a memory test. We're just trying to be as thorough as we can.
Yeah,
But
I mean, it's been 2.5 years. That's quite
absolutely.
some time.
That's okay. And then you decided not to take, that you weren't going to go out to take the shuttle bus.
I knew I didn't want to go out that evening from the start, but I still wanted to participate and be social and meet people. So it was pretty clear from the start that I didn't want to go. It's not like I talked about it, but just internally I knew I didn't want to go out.
Do you remember if you heard about what the plans were for the group of people that were going to the shuttle bus?
So every night, a bar or something like that in Byron Bay has like that hostel. I don't know how to describe it, but so on Wednesday I went out on Wednesday and it was that bar. Everybody would go to that bar, and on Friday it was Cheeky Monkeys. So someone came around and gave everyone flyers or some kind of mark. I don't remember which one it was. So that was the plan for tonight.
The person giving out the flyers or the stamp, was that someone who worked at the hostel?
I believe so.
Do you remember if people were given a piece of paper, a voucher for cheaper drinks at Cheeky Monkeys?
I can't remember, as I said, what it was, but usually it's something like that.
Do you remember if they were given a wristband, something to put around their wrist?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's okay. What had you heard? Had you heard anything about this bar, Cheeky Monkeys, when you were in Byron Bay?
I mean, I've heard about it, but nothing specific.
Okay. And did you see Theo go with Antoine and Alexander and Annika to the shuttle bus?
I remember everyone leaving, but I didn't see him specifically going to the shuttle bus.
Did you have a conversation with Annika about her going out?
She wanted to go out. So I went back to my room, and she came back to the room, and I was like, that was a quick trip. And she was like, oh, I just forgot my passport. So she went to her room, or to our room, got her passport, and then left again.
Okay. And with Annika, did she seem like she'd drunk much alcohol when you had that conversation with her, or did she seem normal too?
I didn't really know her, or I didn't know her that well to give you any information about that.
That's okay. And you stayed at the Wake Up Hostel?
Yeah.
And you said in your interview with the German police that you remember that Annika came back and it seemed like it was early.
Oh, so not when she was getting her passport, so when she came back to the room?
Yes.
Yeah, it seemed quite early because I believe I was still awake. And I thought to myself, I could have gone out with them because if they came back that early, then it wouldn't be super late.
Okay. You say in your statement then to the German police that you wondered about the fact that you didn't see Theo again at the hostel.
Yeah, so next morning I went to this common area, so they have some sofas down, and when you get up the stairs there's a kitchen, so I met the people from the night before there, and they were about to leave. We didn't really talk because we just had a quick chat the night before, so we weren't really close, but he was missing from that group, and I assumed, which I didn't know, I assumed Antoine and Theo were travelling together in Australia or at the time. So I was like wondering why he was missing.
Who was in the group that you had that conversation with?
What conversation? Oh, I really didn't talk to them. He just said bye.
Just said goodbye.
It was Antoine and 2 or 3 other guys. One of them was the one with the grey hair. I'm sorry, but that's the only thing I remember about him.
Was his name
And his
Sasha?
English was pretty good, even though he was French, but I don't really remember anything else about them.
Might his name have been Sasha or Michael?
I don't know.
That's okay. All right. And in that conversation, when you were saying goodbye to Antoine and the other people, was there any conversation about what had happened the night before?
Not that I remember, no.
Was there any conversation about where Theo might have been?
Not with them, but I met Annika again, and I was like, "Oh, didn't you see Theo? Like, wasn't he with them? So wasn't Theo with the other boys?" So I remember asking her about it, but she didn't really tell me anything. So yeah.
And was that conversation the day after the barbecue, or was that later?
I believe it was the day after.
And did she, when you said, where is Theo,
I'm pretty sure I didn't say those exact words. I was just asking. No, just for your records. So I was just asking.
Yes, can you just, doing the best you can, do you remember what was said in that conversation between you and Annika?
So there were a couple of conversations. The first time I asked her about that night was on the day after, and then we didn't really talk about it, but we met each other in Sydney, and that's how I found out about Theo being missing. Yeah, and I remember asking her again in Sydney if he was on the same Greyhound, because I remembered that they wanted to take the same Greyhound, or they were planning on taking the same Greyhound.
And what did, doing the best that you can you remember what Annika told you about what had happened that night?
So the day after, she told me she doesn't know where he is, which, I mean, seems normal because there were a lot of people, so can't really expect everyone to know where everyone is at the specific time. And when I asked her if he was on the Greyhound, she just said no.
Okay. Marlene, thank you very much for that. I'm sorry that took a long time and it's very early there. There may be some questions now from the other 2 solicitors, the other 2 lawyers that are here.
Ms Palmer.
Thank you, Your Honour. Thank you, Your Honour. Marlene, my name is Claire Palmer. I'm counsel for the Commissioner of Police. I only have a couple of questions for you. I think you may have mentioned earlier in your evidence that one morning you took a shuttle bus up to the lighthouse.
Yes.
And Theo wasn't on that shuttle bus, was he?
Not that I remember, no.
And
I was just hanging with like a group of people. Didn't really see him there.
thank you. And during your time in Byron, do you ever recall feeling unsafe at all, particularly at night? Do you recall having any conversations or anyone warning you that Byron was a place that could be unsafe at night?
No.
Thank you. I've got no further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr Evenden.
Thank you, Your Honour. Marlene, I'm asking some questions on behalf of Theo's family. And I've just been looking at the statement that you made in November last year. And at the start of that statement, you've indicated that you caught the Greyhound bus to Byron Bay, and afterwards you realised that Theo was on the same bus. Do you remember that?
I remember seeing him when I left the bus.
All
I
right,
can't
so
remember seeing him on the bus. Yeah.
once you got out at Byron Bay, you were looking around for a shuttle to get to Wake Up Hostel. Is that right?
Yes.
And was it at that time that you first saw Theo?
Yes.
And that was when you noticed, oh, he looks like a typical German traveller. So do I take it you then took the same, did you both take the same shuttle to Wake Up?
So there were like a lot of people leaving the bus. And I saw him there and I was just looking around and I got to talk to another girl and we just connected because she was from Germany and we were traveling to the Wake Up together, so we just clicked at the bus stop and I didn't really notice anyone else, so I don't know what he did.
All right, so when you got to Wake Up on the shuttle, do you remember whether he got off the shuttle at the same time or you can't recall?
I can't recall.
You then go through a process of checking in at the hostel. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you get given information by the person that's checking you in once you get to the hostel?
What do you mean?
Information about things to do at Byron Bay.
There's nothing specific that stuck in my head.
All right. So you arrived on the Wednesday, left on the Sunday, and during that time you went to the lighthouse twice. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Did you go to the lighthouse the first time on a bike or on the shuttle?
As I said, I don't remember which one was the first and which one was the second.
All right. Do you remember when you were told about the shuttle from Wake Up?
So as I said, they had like little wooden planks with shuttle times and things to do. So that's how I knew about specific activities from the hostel, but I can't remember any person telling me about it.
All right. And do you remember, was the shuttle free?
It was free.
And do you remember how often you would go? I'm talking specifically about to the lighthouse for a sunrise.
I don't remember.
And was it also offered to travel there at sunset?
I'm sorry to interrupt you,
don't
and I'm conscious of how late this witness is staying up. We are having the Wake Up staff.
That's okay at night shift the last couple of nights.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
We will have evidence tomorrow from the Wake Up hostel that will be able to give us some evidence more about their shuttle
that's good.
service and things like that, if that assists.
That's a good reminder. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Do you remember, was it easy to organise to go on the shuttle to the lighthouse?
I'm not sure how they organised it specifically because the shuttle I remember was just you show up and you can take the shuttle.
And you're saying that was the same with the early morning lighthouse shuttle?
It might have been the same. Maybe you had to write your name down on a list.
Do you remember the morning that you went? Was it popular?
I believe it was because we were waiting at the lighthouse for some time because the light wouldn't come up until maybe like a half an hour later. So we were just waiting there with a whole bunch of people.
Okay. And when you say a whole bunch of people, was that a whole bunch of people from the shuttle that had gone from Wake Up?
Um, as far as I remember, and I'm not sure if that's true at all, they would shuttle for as long so everyone who wanted to go can come.
All right.
So they
I'm
would
just,
go back to the hostel, take the next sponge.
oh, so sometimes there'd be more than one shuttle from the hostel from Wake Up to get to the lighthouse in the morning.
That's what I have in my hat, but that might be wrong.
All right. All right. Is your recollection that it was a reasonably popular thing for people who stayed at Wake Up to do, to go there on the shuttle to see the sunrise?
I think it was popular, but compared to how many people stayed at the hostel, it was like a huge thing. But they had other activities, and compared to them, that was definitely the most popular one.
All right. And sorry, I may have asked you this, but do you remember whether it was also available for sunset?
No idea, sorry.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Marlene.
Anything arising?
Okay.
No, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Harrington. Thank you so much, Ms. Ilsmann, for making yourself available this evening for you. We really appreciate your assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Have
night.
a good day, bye.
Thank you.
Your Honour, the next two witnesses are the two staff from Cheeky Monkeys. With Your Honour's leave, can I suggest that we combine morning tea and lunch and resume at about 1:10 or 1:15? So
Yes.
take the lunch break now, if that's convenient to the parties.
I've got a question at 1:10, which is over to 1:30.
That's going to be difficult for Mr Eventon. Perhaps if we could just have 5 minutes, Your Honour, I'll discuss at the bar table how we might manage the next part of the time.
Just adjourn for 5 minutes.
Please all stand. Correspondence temporary adjourned. please all stand. Silence court has resumed.
Yes, Ms Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honour. I think Mr Price is going to announce his appearance.
Oh, Mr
No,
Price.
please, Your Honour.
Yes.
Price, PRIC.
Yes.
Seeking leave to appear for Mrs. Mackey and Hill.
Yes, leave is granted, Mr Price.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Your Honour, I call Mr Mackey, Shannon Mackey.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you, Mr Mackey.
Thank you, Your Honour.
And you may remove your mask while you're giving evidence.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Ms Edwards.
Mr Mackey, is your name Shannon, spelled Shannon, Mackey spelled Mackie,
Yes.
and you live in this region of New South Wales?
Yes.
You gave a statement to the police on the 13th of June 2019, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you tell me if you had an opportunity to view all of the CCTV footage from Cheeky Monkeys that night before you gave that statement?
No, I did not.
Had you viewed any of the footage from Cheeky Monkeys?
No, I did not.
There's an aspect of your statement that I think you wanted to correct. Do you have it there with you?
Yes, I do.
If you go to paragraph 3 of that statement, the second sentence of paragraph 3 reads, I have worked there since September 2019. Should that read 2018?
Yes.
Apart from that minor correction, to the best of your knowledge and belief, is that a true and accurate statement?
Yes, it is.
Take it, having given that statement about events on the 31st of May 2019, on the 13th of June, was your memory better then than it is today?
Yes, I would say so.
How would you describe the quality of your memory today as of the events of 31st of May 2019?
Very vague. Only going off the statement, I can remember things.
So you don't have much of an independent memory beyond your statement, is that right?
That's correct.
You say in that statement that your job as a security guard at Cheeky Monkeys was the first job that you'd held as a security guard ever, is that right?
Yes. Yep.
Prior to that, you said that you'd been an RSA marshal for a couple of years, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Could you describe to Her Honour what the role is of an RSA marshal?
So it's observing patrons of their intoxication levels, if they're becoming intoxicated or not.
So RSA stands for Responsible Service of Alcohol, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And is it the case that in New South Wales people are employed specifically to enforce rules and regulations relating to intoxication?
Yes.
And you're employed by the licensed premises, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And your sole job as an RSA marshal was to spot whether or not people were intoxicated and then take steps if they were, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you indicate in your statement that that was for a couple of years. Could you say more precisely how long you were an RSA marshal before you were a security guard at Cheeky Monkeys?
Probably a year and a half, 2 years.
And was that always in Byron Bay, or was it also areas outside Byron Bay?
Areas outside Byron Bay as well.
Did you have any training when you were an RSA marshal in assessing and identifying whether or not a person was intoxicated?
Yes.
What training was that?
It was identifying the signs of intoxication, of slurred speech, balance coordination.
Was it a training course?
Not a training. I can't remember exactly in the RSA course. I'm sure they touch on that, but I can't remember.
There's a particular certificate called an RSA certificate, is there not?
Yes.
And you did that certificate?
Yes.
And you did that within 3 years of May 2019?
Yes.
And how long does it take to get that certificate? How long is the course?
It's just you can split it up to 2 days, or it's just a day course.
And is there an assessment in that course as to
Yes.
whether or not you're any good at assessing intoxication?
No.
And did you have any on-the-job training as an RSA marshal?
I wouldn't say so.
What about at Cheeky Monkeys? Was there any training specific to assessing whether or not someone was intoxicated?
Yes, that's in your security course.
In your security course. So tell Her Honour about the security course. How long did that take?
That was, I think it was 6 weeks, if I can remember correctly. And yeah, it was like very vigorous. It was theory, it was prac, it was a lot of things.
And was there some 6 weeks, was there some sort of assessment as to your ability to assess intoxication?
Yes, there was a lot of practical, like in-house, what do they call it? Like, sorry, mind blank.
It's all right, take your time.
Yeah, it was like staged like events in your course that you would have to.
So someone would do like a role play.
Yeah, role play. Sorry, yeah.
And you would have to work role play how
Yes.
you would deal with that. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And was part of that role play to see whether or not you could spot the signs of intoxication?
Yes.
And did you have to get an adequate assessment of that before you could become a security guard?
I'm not sure how they really like score it and stuff like that,
But you got your qualification.
yes, I got my qualifications.
Now, at Cheeky Monkeys, was there any policy in writing that you had to adopt or sign in relation to intoxication and people on premises?
Yes, there was an incident log.
There was a what, sorry?
Incident log?
Yes. Was there any sort of written policy, though, about these are our protocols or these are our
Yes.
policies?
Yeah.
And did you have to read those and acknowledge that you'd read them before you could work there? Is that
Yes.
how it worked?
Yeah, that is correct.
And did you also receive any verbal instructions about how you were to deal with intoxicated people?
Yeah, from the other guys, they would like, because I was new coming into the industry, they'll definitely help you out.
And if you could summarise what your instructions were in terms of how you were to deal with intoxicated people, what would you say they were?
Sorry, repeat the question.
What were your instructions in relation to how to deal with intoxicated people from Cheeky Monkeys?
They would, if you saw someone approaching intoxication, you would obviously observe them for a few minutes, like for a bit, and then if they were showing signs, and then you would obviously approach them and ask for their ID, and then call a code green to the other guards so they're notified.
And how do you call a code green to the other guards?
Over the radio.
Over the radio. So each security guard had a radio?
Yes.
If you identified somebody that you thought was intoxicated, you were told to call a code green?
Yes.
What was the purpose of the code green?
There was different levels of, so there's code green, code yellow, or code red. And a code green was just a usual, just I'm approaching the person so the other guys would know.
Why did they need to know that you were approaching a person?
In case that person became aggressive, or they would just keep a lookout.
I see. And you mentioned that there was a policy about approaching people who were approaching intoxication.
Yeah.
Why was it approaching intoxication, not reaching or being at the stage of intoxication?
Because the legislation of New South Wales is so strict, you cannot have intoxicated people in the venue. So if someone's showing signs of intoxication, you obviously steer to the side of caution and have them removed before they cause any trouble something happens.
And is that because you're told that the licensees don't want to be in trouble for having an intoxicated person on the premises? Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
So they're not detected in that way, you remove them before they get to that point.
Yes.
Is that right?
That is correct.
And is that a policy that was written down in writing at Cheeky Monkeys, that you would do that?
No, it's just throughout the whole of any venue.
Was Cheeky Monkeys any different to the other venues you'd worked in where you were an RSA marshal?
No, definitely not.
Was it your understanding that the practice in Byron Bay at around that time was that people approaching intoxication should be removed as opposed to only people who are intoxicated at that point?
Definitely.
And as at the 31st of May 2019, and you understand you're here today about events on that day?
Yes.
On that day, your job was as a security guard,
Yep.
was it your understanding that part of your role was to move around cheeky monkeys, specifically to see if you could identify anybody who might be either intoxicated or approaching intoxication?
Yes, correct.
And is it the case that you were looking out for not just people who were visibly drunk, but people who might be on their way there? Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Before you came to your interaction with Theo Hayez, had you identified anybody else who you considered to be intoxicated or approaching intoxication?
I don't recall. Sorry.
What sort of things would you look out for when you're moving about a bar to try and identify whether or not someone was approaching intoxication?
It was more someone's like balance coordination at that time, as I wouldn't really speak to many of the patrons, but that was the main thing I would look for.
Balance and coordination.
Yeah.
That was the particular thing you were looking out for. Can I ask, there's an area of cheeky monkeys where people dance on the tables,
Yes, yeah.
or even on a bench below the table.
Yep.
Was it common for people to be falling off those tables or off those benches?
Very rarely.
Was that a way of you spotting the quality of someone's balance, whether or not they could get up onto the table or whether they could get off?
Yeah, definitely.
And is that something that you kept an eye out for, seeing when people got on and off to see whether their coordination was being maintained or not?
Yeah.
You were on duty on the 31st of May 2019 with two other guards, is that right?
There was two other guards in the venue and then two on the door.
Yes. And Brad Hill was one of the people at the door, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you were moving about with Bailey and Chris, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Now, when did you first notice Theo Hayez? Do you have any memory of that now?
I don't have no memory, sorry.
Is there a particular spot in which you were standing that was like a regular spot for you to try and identify intoxicated people?
Yes, there's a corridor which is located near the kitchen, and it leads to the toilets. And
I'm going to show you some photographs, and if you could assist the court with explaining what we're seeing and whereabouts you think you were standing.
Yep.
So if we look at that photograph, and you can see at the end of that photograph is the kitchen area, is that right?
Correct.
To your right is a serving bay with a stainless steel countertop.
Yep.
And to your left, there's a bench that runs along that side.
Yep.
Which looks like, was that something that could be closed off like a kitchen window?
Yeah. Yep.
And so that's a corridor at Cheeky Monkeys. Was there a particular name that you gave that corridor?
Yes. So as security, we had different sections and different names for those sections, and that was called the kitchen area, like the kitchen.
Were patrons allowed to go into this area?
They were allowed, once dinner service had finished, they were allowed to walk through that corridor, yes.
And what time did dinner service finish?
Oh, I think 9 p.m.
9 p.m.
But they would serve food. If someone wanted chips or something like that, they could.
Were people allowed in that area after 9:30?
Yes. Yep.
I'll show you another photo. Is that photo the other side of the bench? So the kitchen corridor is to your right,
Yep.
and now we're looking down another corridor, is that
Yes,
correct?
That is correct.
And does one need to turn right at the end of that corridor to get to the toilets at
Yes.
Cheeky Monkeys? Right. Are you able to say, looking at that photo, where you were standing?
I don't recall exactly, but usually I would stand. There's a gap on both sides of the corridor.
I might we don't have a hard copy, so I'll just use the cursor to see if we can try.
If I could get that, sorry, the cursor doesn't come on.
Got a temperamental cursor that may not be able to be visible on the screen.
Does that make it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that, I know that you don't recall exactly now where you were standing, but is it the case that you had a common practice that you would stand at that point?
Yeah.
And is the reason that you stood at that point so you could see in front of you people who are dancing on the tables, and then to your right people who are going in and out of the toilets?
Yeah, that is correct.
So that was a vantage point to assess intoxication?
Yep.
And is it your belief that you were standing somewhere around that area when you saw Theo Hayez?
Yes, yeah.
Now, you can go to your statement, if you like, at paragraph 10, if that would help you to refresh your memory.
Yep.
Or you can start with paragraph 9.
Yep.
You say in paragraph 9 that at about 10:45 you started to observe a male patron in the dance floor / kitchen area.
Yes.
What area are you talking about when you say the dance floor / kitchen area?
That exact area
I see.
that we just spoke about.
That's where you were standing. You say there's a walkway area between both of these areas, and that's where he was standing. He was on his own. So do you recall where he was standing?
No, I don't, sorry.
You go on to say in your statement that you describe what he looked like, and you go on to say, I don't recall if he was holding a drink at the time. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what it says.
And I take it, I won't keep asking if you don't remember, you just don't remember anything else at this stage.
No, sorry.
Go on to paragraph 10. You say, I saw this male walk down a corridor coming out of the toilet area.
Yep.
So is it the case, did you see him going into the toilet area or just coming out?
I don't recall, sorry.
You're just going on your statement?
Yeah.
If you had seen both, is it likely that you would have told the police that and had it recorded?
Yeah, definitely.
You say he seemed like he was losing his coordination and balance because he was swaying a little bit.
Yep.
Is that all it takes for you to be on notice or on guard that someone might be intoxicated?
Yeah, definitely. I'm always on the side of caution, and that's... Yeah.
And you say I would have been about 5 metres away from him at the time and observed him for a few minutes before moving in towards him. Now, I take it you don't remember that, is that right?
No.
Well, in terms of your common practice, what would you do in those few minutes when you were observing someone?
Just watch them, see how they're interacting with people, and...
You don't record in your statement that he had any interactions with anybody. Do you think that he had any interactions or not?
Yeah, if he was near the dance floor, definitely.
Definitely.
He would have.
You think he would have interacted with people?
Yeah.
But that's not something you recall now?
No, but...
I'm trying to, if you have a look at paragraph 9,
Yeah.
second sentence, you say, there's a walkway area between both of these areas and that's where he was standing.
Yep.
And then in paragraph 10, the first sentence, you say, I saw this male walk down a corridor coming out of the toilet area. I'm just trying to understand how those two fit together.
Yeah.
So did you see him standing on his own, or did you see him walking, or did you see him interacting with people?
I don't.
You don't have an explanation?
No, I don't.
You then say that you went to talk to him and say, the reason I went to him, as in my opinion, he was approaching intoxication, and I believe I should have a chat and then assess if he needed to be removed. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
You then say you walked over and said, do you have any identification on you, mate? And that's called a code green. At that stage, did you call in a code green to the other guards?
Yes, I would have. That's normal protocol.
That's normal protocol,
Yeah.
but you don't have a memory of that specifically, is that right?
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
You say that he pulled out a Belgian driver's licence from his wallet, which was in his jeans pocket. Were you watching that particular action to see what his coordination was like at taking out the wallet and pulling the card out of his pocket?
Yes, usually that's...
That would have been your usual practice?
Yeah.
If he'd had any difficulty with that manoeuvre, is it likely you would have told the police that?
Yeah. It was a week in between, and it was just a normal ejection, so...
I understand that when you did this, you weren't expecting to give a statement to the police on the 13th of June.
Yeah.
And you probably weren't expecting to be asked questions in court 2 years later.
Yeah.
But you would have known when you were at the police station that this man had disappeared.
Yeah, Yep.
And you would have known that it was significant that he was asked to leave Cheeky Monkeys.
Yep.
And the reasons why and his level of intoxication was important for the police to understand.
Yeah, definitely.
So you would have probably been doing your best to remember anything you could about his behaviour or demeanour at that time. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
So if there was anything that he had done at that point which indicated intoxication, he probably would have said so to the police. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
You asked him to come and talk out the front, and you indicate that that's a standard procedure because there's more guards there, so if somebody gets aggressive, there's a level of protection. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
You say about Theo, he was super quiet and cooperative. He followed me to the front of the venue outside the front doors.
Yep.
So again, there's nothing in that description that would suggest he was intoxicated.
Yeah. Usually the guard behind watches the patron being escorted out, and they give an assessment as well.
When you say that the guard behind, what do you mean by that?
Protocol, there's usually 2 people taking, yeah.
And do you recall anybody else coming over to observe Theo when you were talking to him?
No, I don't recall, sorry.
And can I just ask, why did you ask to check his identification from Belgium?
That's just a procedure.
And is that to find out someone's age? Is that why, or do you know why?
It is, yeah, it is to find out their age and also to take them outside to put the identification into the scanner.
At that time, the manager was Bradley Hill, who's here in the court today.
Yes, correct.
He's indicated in his statement that it can be hard to assess intoxication inside the bar because there's lights and there's music and there's movement. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
He also says that sometimes patrons are invited outside and you have a chat with them, and if they seem sober after the chat, they can come back in. Is that something that you would practice, that you would go outside and talk to them, and if they seemed okay, you'd let them back in?
Yes, usually.
Did you notice anything as you were leaving about Theo in terms of whether he could walk all right or had any trouble with his coordination at this point?
From what point, sorry?
So at the point at which you asked him to go outside and
Yep.
have a chat with you, and then you both started to walk to the door outside the venue, is that right?
Yes.
Were you observing him at that stage to see whether there was any issue with his coordination or balance?
No, because I was in front of him.
And you thought that there might be someone behind him who might have been performing that task?
Yeah.
But you don't know now whether that was happening or not?
No, I do not.
I'm going to show you some footage now from the CCTV. Have you seen this at all, the CCTV?
Only little snippets, but...
When did you see the snippets?
I think there was only from the opening I've seen CCTV of inside, but on the news and stuff was the outside stuff.
So on the news and from the opening of the inquest, is
Yes.
that right?
Yeah.
So what you're going to see now is at the top of the footage, can you see the bar area of Cheeky Monkeys?
Yes.
You're going to see you and Theo walk from the top of the area down this corridor past the booze. I'll play that now. I'll just pause there. I appreciate you were in front at that particular time so you could see what was going on behind you. Is there anything that you see in that footage that suggests that he was intoxicated?
Not from that footage.
So I'll take you to the next snippet of footage. Have you seen that before, that particular part?
Only from the opening.
I see.
Yeah.
We just have to move through the cameras to get to the relevant spot.
Yeah.
All right. So can you see you and Theo leaving there? I'll just stop it there. Who are you hugging?
That's just a regular
A
patron.
regular patron?
Yeah.
I'll pause there. Are you pointing Theo there to a particular cross because he's going to have his photo taken as per common practice?
Yes, correct.
So at that point, had you decided that you were going to tell Theo he had to leave?
Yes.
Keep going. Do you recall anything about the conversation that seems to be occurring between him and the person in the line?
No, sorry.
Now, I'll just stop there.
Yep.
At this stage, you've spoken to him at least twice. The first time when you approached him and you asked for the identification.
Yep.
The second time when you were just outside then and you were quite close with each other.
Yep.
Do you recall smelling any liquor on him at either stage? Do you think it's likely that if you'd smelt something that you would have recorded it in the statement?
No. Oh,
You don't want to say? You're not
I
sure?
don't recall, yeah.
You say in your statement that Theo was compliant, quiet and showing no signs of aggression. Is that consistent with what you just saw then?
Yeah, definitely.
I asked you, earlier you said that you'd asked him outside to chat,
Yeah.
and you said that it was sometimes your practice that you would have a chat and if they seemed okay, you would let them back in.
Yes.
Why in this particular instance did you not have that second chat to give him a second chance?
I couldn't answer that, sorry.
You don't know?
I don't know, sorry.
Do you feel confident that your assessment that he was approaching intoxication was correct?
Yes, I do.
Is there something that you see in the footage that you're seeing now that confirms that opinion?
No, not in that footage.
Do you detect any signs in the footage that we've seen so far that Theo was intoxicated?
Not in that footage.
Why is it that you're confident in that case?
Because I believe that my like in the club, if I see signs, then I obviously believe that they are approaching intoxication, and I'll always steer, as the legislations are so strict in New South Wales. I always go to that caution, and I will remove patron.
Because it's strict and because your policy and Cheeky Monkey's policy was to err on the side of caution, would you accept that it's possible you made a mistake?
Yeah, possibly.
It's not a scientific process in the sense of taking a blood alcohol reading or something like that.
Yeah.
Would you rather make a mistake than leave an intoxicated person on the premises? Is that the general? And is that something that's been reinforced to you by people you work for, like managers?
Not so much managers, it's just abiding by the law.
And your understanding that those rules are enforced strictly?
Yes.
Have you ever worked, and I'm not being critical of you, but have you ever worked for a venue that's been penalised for having intoxicated people on the premises? Is that something you've experienced?
I can't recall.
Have you ever been instructed that in order to look like a venue is complying with liquor licence laws, you need to eject a certain number of people per night or a certain number of people per hour or anything like that?
No.
Do you recall whether Theo was the first person who was asked to leave that night or whether there were others?
I don't recall.
It was about almost exactly 11 o'clock at around that time. Does that sound early to you for someone being asked to leave on an intoxication basis?
It's pretty early, but most of the backpackers, they start drinking pretty early at the hostels.
Are you familiar that with the practice of cheeky monkeys in particular coming before 10 to... Sorry, I withdraw that. Are you familiar with people at the wake-up hostel coming before 10 to avoid the cover charge. Is that something you were familiar with at the time?
Yeah.
And is it the case, as you indicated earlier, that there's a policy where after you ask someone to leave, you fill in an incident report?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you do that as soon as it happens or at the end of an evening after the shift?
As soon as it happens.
All right. Do you have the brief of evidence in the witness box with you?
I'm not sure.
I might ask the witness to be shown
yes.
volume 6, tab 78A. Have you got 78A there, Mr. Mackey?
Yes.
If you look at that, the first entry in that seems to be done by Christopher Briggs and relates to a female, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And the second, and that's at 22:30,
Yep.
and then the second is at 2300, and that's written by you, is that right? And is this the entry relating to Theo?
Yes, it appears so.
And you've crossed the box for intoxication, but you haven't crossed any other reason for ejection.
No, yep.
And the incident summary is just approaching intoxication.
Yes.
Why did you write approaching intoxication? Was that something you'd been instructed to do, or was that your practice when you ejected a person for that reason?
Yeah, that was my practice.
Why not record some of the features of the intoxication that led to that ejection, like an issue with balance or smelling alcohol or whatever it is?
I'm not sure.
Was it something you'd ever been pulled up on, or someone said put some more reasons there?
No.
Do you know whether those logs are checked by liquor licensing?
Yes, I'm pretty certain they are.
Had you had experience with that, or was that just something you expected had happened?
That's just something I would expect the New South Wales law to do.
I take it that it wasn't uncommon for you to, given that that was a major part of your role, it wasn't uncommon for you to tell people that they had to leave and send them around the corner, is that right?
No, I wouldn't send them around the corner.
All right. Well, just in terms of that footage, do you recall what you said to Theo when you leant in to speak to him? We might just play that again. Just see there, you've touched him by the arm to pull him over, is that right?
Yep.
Just pause there. Do you have any recollection now as to what you said to him during that conversation?
Only going off my statement. Usual.
Which is, I've pulled you outside tonight because I believe you are approaching intoxication and from here you will not be allowed to re-enter the venue. And you say, he said something like, okay. According to your statement, you then said, stand over there on the X. Having watched that footage, do you accept it's probably more likely that happened in the other order?
Yes, yeah.
And you hadn't seen the footage before, that particular footage before you did this statement, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, you left. It's fair to you to say that you didn't send him round the corner. You left and you didn't know which way he went after that. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Has it been your experience that sometimes people would leave the venue and walk up the Kingsley Street side?
Yeah, some people loiter around for a bit or people just on their way.
Was there something that you've observed before where people would walk up Kingsley Street and then realise that it got dark quite rapidly, and so they'd come back and walk back down to Johnson Street? Is that something you've experienced before?
No.
And is that because, I suppose, you go back inside the venue to do the incident report?
Yes, correct.
Did you have any concerns that a young traveller would be walking alone in that area at night?
No.
What's your experience of the safety of Cheeky Monkeys, that immediate vicinity at about 11 o'clock on a Friday night?
Yeah, it's very safe. It's up Kingsley Street. You got Woolworths straight across the road, and then the cinemas. You got plenty of restaurants, and it's a very safe place.
In the time that you've been working in Cheeky Monkeys, since September 2018 to May, had you heard of anything adverse happening to a person who'd been asked to leave Cheeky Monkeys, like an assault or a fall or anything of that nature?
No.
What about when you were an RSA marshal? Were you aware of any adverse event happening to a person ejected for intoxication then?
No.
There is evidence before the coroner that there was an hourly patrol around the block of Cheeky Monkeys,
Yep.
is that right?
Correct.
Do you know what streets that patrol would go round?
I'm not sure what the lane is behind
It's called Kingsley Lane.
Kingsley Lane. So it would be Kingsley Lane and then back up the end of that and then back down the main street. So just in a...
Quite a small
Yeah.
area.
Yeah.
And is it the case that you understood that that was for liquor licensing purposes, that you would do that hourly patrol?
Yes.
And Mr Hill states that if anything was observed on the patrol, like a person lying on the gutter or litter, that would be recorded in the incident log, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Would you do these patrols?
Yes.
Would you also record anything, for example, suspicious or threatening people loitering? Is that something that you would record in the incident log or not?
Yeah, if there was people loitering around, definitely.
And was that something, so you were quite commonly doing that hourly patrol?
Not myself, we would all take turns,
Yes.
but
And was it common to see people that you thought might be threatening or suspicious in that area?
no, never.
Just a question in relation to practices at Cheeky Monkeys with respect to drinks.
Yep.
There's some evidence before the coroner that there might have been half-price drink cards being given out
Yep.
to people at the Wake Up Hostel. Are you familiar with the Wake Up Hostel giving their patrons half-price drink or free drink vouchers for Cheeky Monkeys?
Yeah, every hostel.
Every hostel.
Yep.
There's also some suggestion that there might have been a wristband that was given. Did Cheeky Monkeys, to your knowledge, give out wristbands to the patrons of Wake Up Hostel?
It'll be more a stamp on arrival.
Stamp.
Yeah.
Not an actual band. Are you aware if Cheeky Monkeys ever gave out actual bands that were around people's wrists?
I think back in the day they used to have like promotion girls go around, but not.
Can't remember now?
No.
Can you remember now whether there was any particular promotion being done with Wake Up Hostel or other hostels with respect to drinks?
No, sorry.
Was that part of your job to be involved in those things?
No.
You, as a security guard, one of your other jobs is to looking for intoxicated people. One of your other jobs is to generally keep order and make sure that people are safe and not getting into fights. Is that right?
Yeah,
And
correct.
just to monitor aggressive behaviour?
Yep.
Is one of your jobs to look out for drink spiking to see if anyone's engaging in that sort of activity?
It's hard to kind of patrol that as there's like usually so many people in there at night, but yeah, it would be a common practice
It would be a common practice to patrol for it or a common practice for it to happen?
to look out for it.
Are you aware of any incident of drink spiking happening in Cheeky Monkeys while you were working there?
No, never.
And not with either males or females?
No.
You're not familiar with any report of that at all?
No.
Had you heard about that when you were working at other venues as being something that happened at Cheeky Monkeys?
No.
When did you become aware that Theo Hayez was missing?
When I got a call from the police.
And did you attend the police station quite shortly after you got that call? Was that right?
It was within a couple of days, yeah.
And you agreed to give a statement to the police about what you could recall?
Yeah.
You've also agreed to meet the legal team assisting the coroner and
Yes.
to show them around the venue and
Yep.
speak to them, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You've indicated that you're willing to assist the investigation in any way you can.
Yes, yep.
Can I just ask you, what repercussions has there been for you in being identified as a staff member of Cheeky Monkeys and being involved in Theo's disappearance?
A lot of anxiety, just because I've never dealt with anything like this before.
Has there been anything said to you by people at Byron Bay?
Not that I recall.
Those are my questions, but there'll be other people at the bar table with questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Evenden.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Mackey, I'm asking some questions on behalf of Theo's family.
Okay.
Are you still working in security?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Did you continue to work for Cheeky Monkey for a while?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us how much time did you spend working there, or when did you finish working at Cheeky Monkey?
I worked there, I think, another 6 months or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you haven't worked there since?
No.
All right. Just in terms of the door procedure,
Yep.
there's a queue outside the venue to
Yes.
get in.
Yep.
And is it the case that the practice I'm asking you about from June or May 2019 was that everyone would have their ID scanned after 10 p.m, is that right?
I wasn't on the door much, but I'm pretty sure that, was the practice.
All right, and what's your recollection in terms of whether a cover charge was charged or not?
Yeah, after 10 p.m.
All right. And was it the case that there was a practice of working out how many people were in the venue?
Yes, yeah.
And whose responsibility was that?
It was either one of the guards that was patrolling inside.
All right, so that would have been, on this particular night, you.
Me or one of the other two guards in there.
All right, and do you remember what the capacity of the venue was?
No, I don't recall.
So what process would you go through to work out how many people were there?
Counting heads. Yeah.
All right, and then how would you then report back?
There was a little notepad at the front that we would just put the amount of people that were in there.
All right, and do you know what the capacity of the venue was?
That could fit in there.
That's right.
It was 300,
300.
I think.
Okay. Just go to tab 78B.
Yep.
Do you have that document in front of you?
Is that the incident log?
No, it's one after the incident log, and the title is On Point Security Sheet.
Oh, yes, yep.
Cheeky Monkeys.
Yep, I got that.
You just talked about some notes out the front.
Yep.
Was this the document that you'd fill out after you'd done a capacity count of
Yes.
the venue?
Yep.
Okay, and just look down. You can see that document gets filled out from 7:30 that night.
Yep.
And as we go through, there's a record every half hour,
Yes.
and that record continues to increase until about half an hour after midnight.
Yes, yep.
And the maximum number of people recorded at that time is 175.
Yeah.
So you just said you think that the capacity of the venue was 300, is that right?
Yeah.
All right. So can I ask you this? We've seen in that footage around 11 o'clock people queuing up,
Yep.
but there's capacity in the venue to take them. Why is it that there's a queue or there's any sort of delay in getting into the venue?
I'm not too sure.
All right. Is that those sorts of numbers on that night,
Yeah.
is that a busy night for Cheeky Monkeys or not?
It was pretty moderate.
All right. And at the time that Theo was taken out by you, 2300, there's about 130 people in the venue.
Yep.
Is there any pressure when there's a lot of people there to be exiting anyone in order to make room for new people?
No, it's all on if someone's approaching intoxication or intoxicated.
All right. You said something about code green, and there's also a yellow and a red.
Yep.
Can you tell us what the code yellow is?
Code yellow is to notify a manager, and the manager will come to your position that you call as well.
And what sort of circumstances do you do a code yellow in?
If someone doesn't want to give you their identification, or they're arguing with you.
All right. And how about a code red?
A code red would be aggressive behaviour.
All right. And what's the response when you call a code red?
A code red is basically all guards in the actual venue come to that point.
All right. So in terms of your interaction with Theo, it was at the bottom of the scale?
Yeah.
Okay. When you do come across someone who's seriously intoxicated in the venue, what happens then?
And then obviously call the code green, and then we would bring them outside, assess them, and always go through the protocols. And
So let's say they've got troubles with balance, they're really all over the place.
Yep.
Once they're outside, what do you do?
Then if they ask us to get a friend or anything like that, we would go back in, notify their friends, and tell them that they're
They're
a friend outside. Yeah.
All right. But what if they don't ask you to do anything? What do you do?
If they're really intoxicated,
That's right.
we would sit them down, get some water for them, make sure they're okay, and then either
Yep.
just make sure they're okay.
All right. And is there any other assistance you can give them at that point in time?
We could call them a taxi, or just make sure they're not they're okay to get home safe.
Okay. All right. You were asked by counsel assisting, have you ever been instructed to eject a certain number of people per night or per hour?
Yeah.
And you said no.
Yep.
Is there ever a case where the venue wants to make sure that, or I'll withdraw that, when you saw that video of Theo outside and you're with him, did you see there was a woman that was allowed in straight from outside to go directly in? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Was there ever a case where the venue or there was the venue was working to try and get more women into the venue than men?
No, never.
All right. Was there ever a case where men were taken outside or asked to leave in order to sort of redress that balance?
No.
Okay. Was there ever a case where people would step outside to have a cigarette and then they wouldn't be allowed to go back in?
Generally not, because they get a stamp on their entry in, and then usually they notify the guards at the front door if they're just going to have a cigarette or something like that.
All right. The capacity numbers that I just showed you, what's the most number of people you ever remember being at Cheeky Monkeys?
I don't recall, sorry.
You don't recall?
Yeah.
Do you remember what a busy night was?
As in numbers?
That's right.
200, 250.
About 200.
Yeah.
So are you able to say definitely more than this night where there was? All right. And you've seen some of the video of the actual venue around 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Did that appear to be busy for that venue at that time of night or not?
Not as, just moderate.
All right. Was there a particular night of the week that was busier at Cheeky Monkey than others?
Either Friday, Saturday night, they're both really.
All right. So a Friday night is one of the busy nights normally. Okay. After 10 o'clock, every one of those people in the queue outside is going to pay a cover charge.
Yes.
Was there an incentive to try and get them in to make sure that the cover charge was paid?
No.
Were people ever asked to leave because they weren't drinking enough?
No, never.
When you first saw Theo, he was coming out from the men's toilets.
Yep.
You're familiar with that space.
Yep.
Was it a space that you had to patrol as part of your patrols?
Well, we would patrol the whole venue, but there was good vantage points to see down the corridors.
All right. So when you say you patrol the whole venue, would you, as a matter of routine, go into the men's toilets or not?
Yeah, we would enter the men's toilets and down that corridor, yes.
All right. We heard some evidence from one of the backpackers that was at Cheeky Monkey today. She met some local people in the toilet and they had a discussion.
Yep.
What sort of things would happen in the men's toilets?
General things that you do in the toilet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Was it the sort of space where people might hang around talking or spend some time, or?
No, not really.
All right. All right. And in your patrols, where you'd go in there, would you often find that it was full of people or not?
No.
All right. So there wasn't a sort of blockage, or perhaps not the best word to use, but it wasn't a massively congested space in your experience?
No.
Okay. And did you have some experience yourself of doing these perimeter patrols that went around and up and back down Johnson Street?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Mostly you'd do one or two.
A night?
A shift, yeah.
All right. And what sort of things did you see on those patrols? Not that night, but at any time?
Nothing really, just general, just picking up rubbish and...
All right. So that back lane wasn't used by people to hang around?
There was the odd homeless person every now and then, but...
All right. Do you remember whether it was dark or light of night?
There was light, you could see pretty well, but it was dark.
All right. All right. Can I just have a moment, Your Honour?
Yes, certainly.
David? Yeah, I see.
We've had some evidence from, again, one of the backpackers that was there that night, that she spoke to a girl that was really quite drunk.
Yep.
Was it your experience that you would come across people in the venue that were actually quite intoxicated?
Yes.
Was there a different approach taken for women versus men in terms of assessing them?
No.
Or deciding whether or not they'd be taken out and asked to leave?
No.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Evenden. Ms. Palmer, did you have any questions?
No, Your Honour.
Mr.
No,
Price.
just before-
Oh, sorry.
Just
Yes.
before Mr Price, there was a bit of extra footage we've been asked to show. Is it? Just bear with me, Mr Mackey. We're just trying to locate the footage. Oh, there. Is that it? We'll bring that back there. Yeah.
And then there's some more after that as well.
Yeah. We're going to show you a couple of extra clips. I appreciate you've said you don't remember. We're going to see if this refreshes your memory at all.
Yep.
This is some footage of Theo dancing on the tables. He's to the right of the screen with the cap. Can you see that there?
Yep.
And I'll just pause there.
Yep.
There's a point at which he comes down from the table onto the chair area. Does that refresh your memory at all as to whether you made any observations of him while he was dancing?
That doesn't refresh anything.
You haven't mentioned anything in your statement to the effect that you saw him stumble on the dance floor or anything like that.
Yep.
Can you assist us at all whether or not that is something that you were likely to have seen, or if you had seen it, would you have mentioned it in your statement?
Yes, I would have if I
Right.
had seen that.
I'm going to show you another piece of footage. We have to move between cameras, so it takes a bit of time. This is, do you recognise this as the corridor leading to the toilets?
Yes, correct.
I'm just going to orient the timing. Is that it?
No, we need Shannon or Gary in the corner.
I see. Oh, just let me see. Now, I'll just pause there.
Yep.
Do you recognise the person on screen at the moment in the corner?
Yeah, that's me.
That's you?
Yeah.
And is that a position where you would put yourself in order to observe people?
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll just I appreciate it's very difficult to see, but if you could just concentrate. This image here.
will ask you one other question about this log.
Are you able to say whether that last figure that moves around the corner and then you appear to follow, are you able to say whether that's Theo or not?
I can't see that clearly, sorry.
And are you able to say anything from watching that footage as to that person's ability to move or their coordination or anything like that?
Could you replay the footage?
That's the footage. Are you able to say whether that was Theo or not?
No, sorry.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Could I just ask one more question, Your Honour?
Yes.
You've been taken already to that incident log. Do you still have that in front of you?
Yep.
And it records 3 incidents, one at 22:30, one at 2300 and one at 23:30, so 10:30, 11:30 at night.
Yep.
Are you able to explain any reason why it so oddly, in some ways, has an ejection every half hour?
No, I can't explain that.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Price.
Paragraph 15 of your statement, you described Mr. Hayes as being moderately intoxicated.
Yep.
And this is a statement you made about a week after the event, or is that right? About 2 weeks after the event.
Yes, yep.
And that was going on your memory of what had occurred that evening, the police basically saying, this particular young man that was ejected, can you tell us what you observed at the time and so forth, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the only physical thing that you could recall when making the statement 2 weeks later was that he was a bit uncoordinated and he was swaying when he was walking. That was the thing that you could clearly recall.
Yes.
Right. Yep. Would you agree with me that when one forms a view of a person's intoxication, one goes on experience to a large extent?
Yes.
And at that time you'd had about 2 years of working in a professional environment where you're observing young people and their levels of intoxication for about 2 years.
Yes, correct.
Firstly as a RSA monitor, then as a security guard, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. So there's a certain amount of intuitiveness or intuition in whether or not somebody's intoxicated, correct?
Yes.
It's a global approach that you take.
Yeah, yeah.
All right?
Yep.
And then the normal procedure is that you approach that person.
Yep.
And this particular person, you thought he was alone, correct?
Yes, correct.
You hadn't seen him with anybody else?
No.
All right. You asked to see his identification.
Yep.
And one of the reasons for that is that if you've got a person's identification, particularly a traveller, and you take them to the front, they'll come with you because they don't want to lose their identification, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So that's a standard operating procedure, if you call it that.
Yes.
And then you take them to the front where there's more light, there's other security, in case there's an issue, and you continue your brief investigation into their sobriety, correct?
Yes, correct.
So nothing changed your mind when you got outside to sway your original opinion that he was approaching intoxication, correct?
Correct.
All right. You spoke to him outside. We saw it on the video there. You pulled him close, obviously, so he could hear you. He moved in very close to you, so you... Because was it noisy out the front?
Generally with the line. If the line was big, there was, yeah.
You had a quick chat to him and you're going off words that you normally say to someone in a situation like that?
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And basically say, mate, you're outside because you're approaching intoxication.
Yep.
And in your words, or the learned counsel assisting's words was, he was getting there.
Yep.
And he said, you can't come back in tonight, mate.
Yes.
Correct? At any time during that discussion out the front, did he ask you to inform anybody inside that he had been removed?
No.
At that point during that discussion, did he object to being removed?
No.
Did he object to your assessment of him, saying, "What are you talking about, mate? I'm not drunk"?
No.
So basically, we just saw him. He turned on his heels and he walked off. Correct?
Correct.
And you basically turned away from him and went back to your business. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Was Mr. Hill out the front there near the door as well, standing a lot of the time with his back to the camera?
Yes, correct.
My learned friend to my right asked you about a cover charge that normally gets imposed after 10 p.m. at the Cheeky Monkey, correct? Back in May of 2019, was that a $10 cover charge?
Yeah, it generally starts at $10.
When you say starts at $10, does it progressively get more as you get later in the evening?
Yes.
Okay. You're also asked a question in relation to, are you still working in the security industry now?
Yep.
You're not?
No.
What do you do?
I am a full-time photographer and videographer.
I think you already asked, do you have any actual recollection of removing any other patrons or assisting in the removal of any other patrons that evening? No, I don't. You don't have any recollection of it? No. Were you aware that there were 15 people removed for intoxication-related issues that evening?
Not unless I went back and looked at the incident log.
Okay, right. As you sit there now, and you've had some time to reflect on this whole incident, are you satisfied that you applied your normal standard of assessing the intoxication of Mr. Hayes on that evening?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Anything arising?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mackey.
Thank you.
You're excused.
I call Bradley Hill.
Do solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do. I do.
Have a seat. Thanks, Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill, I think you've done two statements in this matter. The first was to the police on the 12th of June 2019, is that right?
That's correct.
Have you had a copy of that recently that you've had a chance to review?
I have. I got an email copy, yes.
And is there anything in that statement that you need to correct?
I don't believe so.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
You also had a meeting with people, the assisting team for the coroner, and with the assistance of the Crown Solicitor's Office prepared another statement, is that right?
That's correct.
And then I think there was some to and fro in terms of answering extra questions and answering them and so on. And have you had a copy of the final statement that was prepared after that process?
I did have a copy, yes.
And is that true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
As at the 31st of May 2019, you were the head of security at Cheeky Monkeys on Johnson Street?
Yep.
And how long had you held that role?
About 2 years, maybe.
What were your roles and responsibilities as the head of security?
Just to make sure the staff, that my security team were working properly and to the best of their abilities.
And what particular role did you have in relation to people being assessed for intoxication and asked to leave if they were considered to be either intoxicated or approaching intoxication?
I didn't have any specific role in it. I mainly monitored the front door because it's easier to access other areas of the venue from there. And if people brought someone out the front, I could also watch that whilst monitoring the line.
what is the role in terms of being at the front door? What are the various tasks that you have to do at the front
it depends
door?
on what position.
Just wait for me to finish. I'm not being critical, but the transcript needs me to finish, then you to start. So what were your roles at the front door?
It depends on the position you're at the front door, so door 1 or door 2. Door 1 was to check IDs, intox, and after 10 p.m scan them into the scanner. And then door 2 was to thank patrons for being there, look after the VIP line, which was essentially courtesy buses from hostels dropping people off.
And was there a particular role that you had in terms of checking whether or not the venue was at capacity and asking people to wait if it wasn't?
So every half an hour, I think it was, we did a head count to make sure we stayed under our capacities. If we got close to capacities, then we stopped entry.
Right. You would have heard some questions from Mr Evenden for the family in relation to why people were queuing if the venue wasn't at capacity. Are you able to assist the court in why there might be a queue even though there aren't that many people inside?
Yeah, so it's just a slow process to assess somebody at the start of that queue between having a brief discussion, scanning ID and getting them inside.
When you say assess them, are you also doing an intoxication assessment as they come in?
We are, yes.
And are you creating, and tell me if I'm not phrasing this fairly, are you in effect creating a bit of a delay to give you an opportunity to do some quick few-minute observations of them to see whether they're intoxicated or not?
It's not a purposeful delay. It is just a delay that does occur because we are doing those intox assessments.
So that's part of the role of coming in,
Yep.
checking the ID. I'll come to your role at Cheeky Monkeys a bit more in a moment, but going back to your background, you've held the position of being a licensee in Queensland, is that right?
New South Wales.
In New South
just
Wales.
Just before the Queensland border.
So you're in Chindera, which is on the border of Queensland and New
Yes,
South
just on the
Wales?
south side of the river.
And so you were under the New South Wales liquor licensing requirements?
I was.
Does that mean that you have an appreciation for the particular roles and responsibilities that a licensee has in New South Wales?
I do, yeah.
And it's the case that you would be personally liable or responsible for anybody found intoxicated on the premises, is that right?
Correct.
And you'd have a liability for a fine or perhaps other criminal implications, is that correct?
Correct.
You've also worked as an RSA marshal. Were they venues around Byron Bay where you worked as an RSA marshal?
They were, yes.
Mr Mackey described the role of an RSA marshal to be almost entirely moving about to assess people's level of intoxication and ensure that they were asked to leave if they were intoxicated or approaching intoxication. Is that your understanding of the role as well?
It is, yes. Yep.
And did you have any training, either as an RSA marshal or as a security person at Cheeky Monkeys, in that task, that is identifying and assessing whether a person's intoxicated?
The only training I had for an RSA was through my RSA course, and then I touched on it again in my security course.
So again, did you do the same security course or a similar one to Mr Mackey?
Yeah, it's a state regulated course.
So it's a 6-week course and then you get a qualification?
I did mine over 6 weeks, so I did 2 days a week, but it's a 13-day course.
13-day course total, and
yes.
You can break that up as part of your week, is that
yes.
right? And did you also do role-playing exercises where you were assessing people's intoxication or purported intoxication?
We did, yes.
And is there someone watching you to see how you perform that role?
Yes, there's a trainer and assessor there.
Now, I'll take you to, before I take you to the 31st of May, I'll just ask you again, you would have heard these questions being asked of Mr Mackey. If you can get penalised for somebody being intoxicated on the premises, you know that, and you know that the licensees are personally liable for that, correct?
Yes.
It's not illegal or unlawful for a person approaching intoxication to be on a premises, though. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
Why then eject people approaching intoxication?
In my experience, when someone once they get to that line where they're starting to approach it, they may only take one more drink and they're beyond that line.
So what's the value then in asking them to leave before they reach that line?
It just prevents any unneeded stress and tension on the venue.
And that's because there's a vigilance to enforcing those laws?
Yes.
You indicated in your statement that as at May 2019, there might have been a new liquor licensing sergeant in Byron Bay, is that right?
Yes. Yep.
And you had the general impression that everybody had lifted their game, so to speak, with respect to their responsible service of alcohol compliance?
Yes.
And is it the case that you had issued verbal instructions to the security staff to be vigilant and on guard about those obligations?
Yes.
How had you done that? Was that just in conversation, or was there a toolbox talk, or was there any mechanism for that?
It was just a brief conversation, just updating them what's going on in the town with the liquor licensing sergeant coming in and how the head had changed, and he obviously expected more than the previous one. So it was just a brief discussion to, more vigilant, stay off your phones.
Stay off your phone so that you can be watching people,
Yep.
is that right? Had Cheeky Monkeys had a visit from the licensing sergeant recently, as at 31st of May 2019?
I can't recall.
Were you on guard for the possibility that there might be a visit?
You always expect a visit? Yeah.
And is it the case that sometimes they're undercover visits pretending to be patrons and then they see whether there's anyone intoxicated around the venue, is that right?
That's correct.
On the 31st of May 2019, there were 4 security guards on duty and 3 of them were tasked with patrolling inside. Have I got that correctly?
If there was 4, there would have been 2 patrolling inside and 2 on the door, but I believe there was 5.
5. I might just check your statement in that regard. Yep. Your statement has 3 inside and then I think you're at the door. Is there another one?
On my statement, I have Christopher Briggs, Shannon Mackey, Bailey Barlow and Dwayne Puckeye.
In your first statement to the police on the 12th of June, you've said Christopher Briggs, Shannon Mackey, Bailey Barlow and Dwayne Puckeye. So that's right?
Yep.
And were you on the door effectively all night? Did you ever go inside the venue?
I would go in and do walks around, but predominantly on the door.
And do you recall anything unusual or out of the ordinary about the 31st of May 2019?
I do not.
When was the first time you had to think about it in terms of when did you first cast your mind back to the 31st of May and try and remember those events?
When we got a phone call from the police saying that someone had been evicted and they hadn't been seen since.
Did you have any awareness prior to that phone call from the police as to the fact that there was a person called Theo Hayez who was a traveller who was missing?
I did not know.
You were prepared to go to the police and do a statement in relation to those events?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to see the CCTV before you did that statement to the police?
Yeah, my statement is based solely on the CCTV.
So you sat down, were you watching it at the police station with the police officer?
No, I'd watched it at the venue with the venue manager while we gathered the footage for the police.
And had you seen every snippet that you're aware of that related to Theo Hayez?
Not every snippet, no.
Are there some that you're seeing for the first time today, or have you seen all of them before today?
No, today's the first time I've seen some of them.
If I could, before we go to the footage outside the venue, you would have heard me ask some questions about the hourly patrols. Mm-hmm. There's a process by which the guards would walk the block every hour, is that right?
That's correct.
What block is it? Mr Mackey mentioned Kingsley Lane. Would you be able to tell us the streets?
Yeah, so it's Johnson Street, Kingsley Lane, and then Carlisle Street.
I see. So it's a relatively small block?
Yeah, it's the immediate block around the venue.
And what time do those hourly patrols start off? Do they start at 9 or at 8?
Start from 10. From
10 p.m?
Yes.
And they happen every hour?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of those patrols?
One to keep the block clean. 2 to make sure there's no patrons or even just general public pass out the streets. If there's any unruly behaviour, then we move them on. And anything too extreme, then we report it to the police.
What sort of things would be extreme and reported to the police?
If there was a fight or someone breaking into a business in the block, we would report that to the police.
The incident log that records people being removed for intoxication, is that the same incident log that you record if you see anything untoward in relation to the hourly patrols, or is there a different book for that?
No, if it was something untoward, it would be written in that book. If it was just a general patrol and you picked up rubbish, it's just written on a separate record.
Would it be part of the hour? Did you do the hourly patrols or did you just supervise them?
Rarely, but I did do some, yeah. If
something happened during an hourly patrol, in addition to it being written on the incident log, would it be reported to you verbally?
Yes.
You've done a review of the incident logs of the 31st of May and you say there's nothing recorded for 11 p.m. and I think a bottle was recorded as being picked up at midnight. Without being critical, picking up a bottle is a relatively minor event. Is that the level of detail that the incident log goes into?
The block patrol was requested by the licensing sergeant. and he requested that we make sure we keep the block clean. So on that, that's why we record rubbish removal from the block patrol.
And in light of this view that there was a new vigilance in town, was there some particular care to ensure that those logs were accurate and up to date?
There was always caretaking to make sure they're accurate and up to date.
Mr Mackey indicated that if there was someone seen who looked suspicious or threatening, he thought that it would be recorded in the incident log, and that was his practice. Was that something that you had seen recorded in the incident log ever?
No, that was general practice, and yes, I believe I had seen one, or a few of them in my years there, yes.
And was that a common event or a rare event?
Very rare.
Is it the case that if someone was seen that seemed suspicious or threatening, and I know I'm using those terms generally, would that be reported to you verbally as well as written down on the incident log?
It would be, yes.
Do you recall, as at the 31st of May, any recent report like that, not just of the 31st, but maybe the week before or the week after? Was there anything of that nature reported to you around that time?
I do not recall.
You've been working in Byron Bay for some time.
I have.
You indicated that it was rare that there would be anything unusual or sinister or suspicious or threatening in that smaller block around Cheeky Monkeys. If we were to broaden the block so it goes out to the recreation grounds and the cricket nets, do you have any general observations about what you would say the safety of that area was at night?
I don't know. It's a pretty well-lit area. That's about all I've got for it.
You heard Mr Mackey being asked this question. I'm going to ask you as well. Are you aware of any adverse events, whether it's a person being assaulted or falling over or being robbed, after they've been asked to leave Cheeky Monkeys in the time that you were working there?
I'm not, no.
Is that something you would expect to become aware of?
If it was serious enough, I believe the police would request footage from us, but that's about it.
So never, ever, not at all to your knowledge?
Not that I can recall.
Have you ever previously had a concern about, obviously, I'll withdraw that and start again. Cheeky Monkeys is known to be a backpackers venue. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
You get a lot of people from all over the world coming to Cheeky Monkeys.
Correct.
Some of them are in groups of people, but some of them are travelling solo or by themselves.
Yes.
Some of them are just 18.
Yes.
Have you ever previously had a concern about the safety of, say, an 18-year-old who might have been travelling on their own being asked to leave Cheeky Monkeys?
No.
Is it something that you ever turned your mind to? Is this person, particularly, for example, a young female, 18, on their own without their friends, is that something you would turn your mind to? Are they safe to be taken out to the street?
If it was someone that we didn't think was safe enough to leave, we would ask them if they were okay. Normally they just flat out deny any assistance, but the offer was always there.
What about a young man? Would you turn your mind to whether or not an 18-year-old man on their own would be safe on the streets of Byron Bay?
I think he would be safe, same as a young woman, but again, the offer's always there. If they need us to call them a taxi or anything like that, we're always open to it.
When you say the offer's always there, the offer's not always made though.
No.
But you're saying that you are open to someone approaching you and asking for help, is that right? And was that a common thing for you to do?
We didn't get approached very often, but every time someone did, we called a taxi.
I'll take you to the 31st of May now, and you know that Theo was staying at the Wake Up hostel?
Yes.
In your statement you say that it was quite common for the Wake Up shuttle to arrive about 9:30 with patrons coming to your venue, is that right?
Yes.
And you say in your statement that's because the common area closed around that time and then the hostel would pop people down to get to Cheeky Monkeys before the cover charge kicked in at 10 p.m, is that right?
Yes.
So was it the case that before 10 p.m. there was always a good chance that there were a few Wake Up hostel people in Cheeky Monkeys?
Yeah.
There's some suggestion before the coroner that before 10 p.m. there was no ID scanning at Cheeky Monkeys, is that right?
That's correct.
Why not?
We didn't see the need. There was a very rare case for us to have more than 20, 30 people in there. And most people there before 10 p.m. were there for the restaurant side of the business.
All right. I'm just going to take you now to your second statement at tab 79. And if I could take you to paragraph 8. Do you have paragraph 8 there, Mr Hill?
Yep.
I'm going to read out paragraph 8. Each staff member makes their own judgment when removing someone from the venue. The way we operate is that it's easier to eject a sober person than to have complaints from police about allowing intoxicated patrons to stay on the premises. It's always possible that someone is ejected when they are actually quite sober because of a misunderstanding. I think it's important to err on the side of caution and remove a patron where there is any doubt about whether they are intoxicated. That's your perspective on the proper practice with respect to responsible service of alcohol, is that right?
Yes.
And as head of security, was that a culture that you were trying to create and maintain, that you would err on the side of caution at all times?
Yes.
And that's something that you stand by?
Yes.
Why is that?
Again, if we kick someone out that's sober, essentially, or not overly intoxicated, they should be relatively safe to get home, and we keep it the business that we're there to keep safe and secure. You
would accept fairly that erring on the side of caution means that mistakes are going to get made sometimes?
Yes.
And it's not a scientific process but a discretionary, subjective process?
Yes.
And that's something you're comfortable with?
Yes.
Is it the case that there's any required number of people that need to be ejected on a night to look like you're complying with the law?
No.
Is that something that you think licensing sergeants would look at, the number of people ejected on a week or anything like that?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Is there any requirement to do it every half hour or on a regular basis?
No.
Would you ever do it to have more attractive women come into the venue and get rid of some men?
No.
Are you still working in the liquor industry?
I am.
I'm going to now take you to some of the footage, and I appreciate you would have seen some of this sitting in the courtroom already, is that right?
Yes.
You indicated in your first statement to police that you didn't have much of a memory of Theo. What's your memory like now?
My memory is still, I don't remember the incident. I only know what I've seen on the CCTV.
I'll just bring up the footage. Yeah. We're going to show you outside, but Mr Hill, can you just confirm, did you have any awareness of Theo Hayez before he was outside?
No.
Now, just pause there. Is that you hugging that man? You've got your back to the glass?
Yes.
Yeah. If you can you say what level of attention you were paying to the scene unfolding before you? Did you consider that you had a particular role in this regard?
At that point, don't believe I was paying any attention, as it wasn't my eviction.
You didn't consider you had a supervisory role or a second opinion or anything of that nature?
At that point, it looks like there's no aggression there, so it wouldn't have been a high priority, no.
So your priority is to make sure that it doesn't erupt into something violent or aggressive or something?
Yes.
Like that. I'll keep playing. Just stop there. You'd see that there's an exchange between Theo and a man in a white hoodie. Do you recall now whether you could hear that exchange or had any awareness of what it was about?
No.
I'll just stop there. At this point, you'd agree you can see Shannon speaking to Theo, and Theo seems to be leaning over so he can hear him. Is that right?
Yes.
Is there loud music outside? Is there any difficulty hearing somebody outside?
At that point in time, with the door open, there would have been a bit of noise out there, yes.
Just before then, would you agree you turned your attention to back inside? Is that right?
Yep.
So it would be fair to say you weren't paying careful attention to this particular exchange?
Yep.
I'll just pause there. I could take you to tab 79, which is your second statement, paragraph 15. Have you got that there?
Yep.
So paragraph 15, you say, I remember that Theo's speech was a bit slurred and that he was unsteady on his feet. Just starting with the speech, when did you have an opportunity to observe Theo's speech?
From at this point in time, I don't. But from that and watching that footage, when he was talking to Shannon, I must have overheard it.
You'd agree that they're talking quite closely together, some feet away from you, some metres away from you, and your attention for at least some of the point is directed back inside, so your back's to it.
Yep.
Do you accept from me that it seems unlikely that you would be in a position to assess whether or not his speech was slurred at that point?
Yeah.
Is it possible that you're mistaken about hearing his speech?
It could be. It could have been a different eviction.
I take it if there's 15 in one night, there's a real possibility that some of these details are blurring into other events. There was also an event, I think, half an hour after this one. Is it possible you're thinking of that event when you talk about slurred speech?
I could have been.
And likewise, with him being unsteady on his feet, is that something you think you can see from this footage, or you might be remembering that from something else?
I could be remembering another removal.
Did you see anything in that footage that suggested that Theo was drunk or affected by alcohol?
No.
Your particular policy, according to your statement, is that you might reassess a person after they are outside because you might have made a mistake inside, and if they seemed okay and they were sober, you'd let them back in. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't require, as head of security, you didn't require a person to have a second opportunity, though. Is that right?
That is correct.
Because that was in the discretion of the individual.
Correct.
Do you have any comment about whether or not Theo should have had that opportunity, that second opportunity?
I don't know.
You would have heard some evidence. I withdraw that. You would have heard me ask some questions of Mr. Mackey about people walking up Kingsley Street. You indicated in your statement that from your position in the door, you would sometimes see people walk up Kingsley Street and then come back down to you. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, based on what they've said or what you've seen, that they might be doing that because they realise that it gets dark further up the street?
Correct.
What would people say to you when they came back, if they'd been walking up Kingsley Street and came back?
Normally it was just a request for directions.
And did you have backpackers from Wake Up Hostel come to you and ask for directions?
I can't recall.
Do you recall what directions you might have given someone if they'd asked for hostel, the Wake Up Hostel?
Yeah, if someone asked me how to get to Wake Up, we normally sent them along Shirley Street, back out the safest route. You've indicated in your statement that you were aware that Wake Up staff would sometimes tell people to walk along Balongal Beach to Main Beach that way. You weren't a fan of that suggestion. Why is that? No, there's no lighting on the beach at all.
So you think it's dangerous because people might get hit by a wave or something like that?
Just dangerous. It's not very well lit, and there's no security for it. It's sort of just a very dark. I wouldn't walk that way. So
you've got personal safety concerns in terms of, for example, assault or robbery or something like that, not just waves. Is that right?
I guess that's probably a concern that I would have. Yeah.
Did you have any concerns about people walking back along Johnson Street and then Shirley Street to Child Street and the Wake Up Hostel?
No.
Have you ever heard of anybody being assaulted or any sort of criminal event leaving Cheeky Monkeys going back to Wake Up Hostel?
No.
You did suggest that people catch an Uber or a taxi back if they asked, though. Why did you suggest those two options?
It was still quite a walk. It'd take up about half an hour to walk back there.
You heard me ask some questions to Mr. Mackey about drink spiking.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any awareness of drink spiking being something that has happened at Cheeky Monkeys?
I do not.
Has it ever been reported to you that there has been an occasion of drink spiking?
I don't recall.
As a head of security, that's something that would be of significance to you, I would think. Is that right? And are you sure that there's been nothing like that reported to you?
Not that I can recall, no.
in your statement, in the final paragraph, you say, I was very shocked and sad to hear that Theo is missing, and I offer my condolences to his family. Is that right?
Yep.
Is there anything else you'd like to say to the
Not
family?
this time.
Thank you. There may be other questions.
Mr Evening.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Hill, I'm asking some questions on behalf of Theo's family. The capacity of the venue, do you remember what the maximum capacity was?
I don't recall, no.
All right. Can you explain to us how the records that show how many people are in the venue are compiled? Where do those numbers come from?
They're from a physical head count.
All right. And are you able to say how accurate that is?
No.
Does the numbers, or withdraw that, is 175 a lot for that venue or not?
I don't recall. I don't really. Yeah, it's been a while.
All right. Now, you indicated when you spoke to police and signed a statement less than 2 weeks after this night that you had no particular memory of Theo. Do you remember?
Yes.
That statement? And you since indicated, I think, that you didn't speak to Theo. Is that right?
Correct.
And it was Shannon Mackey that was doing the assessment of him.
Correct.
And you've indicated, looking at that footage, that you didn't see anything from the footage to show that he was drunk or affected by alcohol.
Correct.
And you've indicated in your second statement that it's always possible that someone's ejected when they're actually quite sober because of a misunderstanding.
Correct.
You'd accept that in the circumstances you couldn't say whether or not Theo was drunk that night?
Correct.
There was a lady in that footage who just came straight in through the door after you'd hugged the man. Can you just explain in what circumstances people get to come straight in like that?
When they're a returning patron, so they've been inside, they've come outside for a phone call or a cigarette, and they're coming back into the venue.
Okay. And are there other circumstances where people get to come straight in, they don't have to queue up, and they haven't been in already?
Yes. If they're from a hostel, they normally queue up on the opposite side to the line, and they get priority entry. It's just an agreement that we have with hostels, and anyone that's a regular patron.
Right. Is that the VIP queue that we heard about before?
Yes.
And does that operate throughout the night, or does it just operate at particular times?
It normally stops about midnight.
All right. I'll just have a moment, Your Honour.
Yes.
Just two areas. One is that we see Theo go outside, and I think you've said that you don't see anything on the video that shows that he's intoxicated. You accept that?
Correct.
And there's a conversation between him and Shannon Mackey that takes place. How seriously does this process where there's a reassessment, how seriously is that taken by security staff?
So it depends on the patron in front of them. If a patron is, in their belief, sober, they normally protest their eviction, and that's when the second assessment is made more serious.
I guess there could be some people that aren't concerned about being evicted.
Could be.
One of the concerns family has is there's some evidence we had earlier today, I'm not sure if you're watching, but from one of the backpackers, one of the girls who said that she talked to someone in the dance area that was really quite intoxicated. How often is that happening, that people are quite intoxicated and are not being thrown out of the venue?
I couldn't tell you.
All right. Is it the sort of venue where if there's 170, 180 people in there, there's going to be a number of people who are intoxicated?
It is a possibility.
All right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Ms Palmer, do you have any?
No questions, Your Honour.
Mr Price.
Just briefly, Your Honour. Clearly, at some point when you're on the front door there, you did see an interaction between Mr Mackey and Theo, correct?
Correct.
Particularly when he asked Theo to stand on the red X, you knew
Yep.
something was going on there in relation to an assessment.
Correct.
Right? Now, based on your experience and what you were observing at that time, did you feel the need to second guess Mr Mackey's assessment of this particular patron, or did you just trust him that he was doing his job?
I trusted him.
So you didn't feel the need to intervene or second guess him, correct?
No.
All right. And was that trust based on your knowledge of him as an employee and his experience as a former RSA monitor and a security guard, having worked with you for a period of time?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything arising?
No, Your Honour.
Ms Edwards? Thanks very much, Mr Hill. Excused.
Your Honour,
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Theo's mother would like to say something, I think.
Oh, we'll just do it through Mr Evenden.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr Hill, would you mind having a seat in case it's a question?
Sorry, can I just want to ask you about process. Mr Mackey gave evidence before about calling a code green, and then normally that would mean that, as I understand it, another security guard would attend and be there as someone was taken out for the assessment out the front. It doesn't appear from the video footage that we've seen that took place. Are you able to explain that or shed any light on that?
Yeah, so Code Green just advises other guards in the venue so they can observe from anywhere. So, they don't have to be in the interaction, because if you get too many guards too close to somebody that could be possibly intoxicated, they can become aggressive. So you sort of observe from a distance.
All right, so there were a total of 5 guards that night, including yourself.
That's right.
And 2 of them were operating inside.
3 of them were inside.
3 of them were operating inside. And so you're saying there wasn't a standard practice that if someone was being taken outside and it was code green, that they'd be accompanied by 2 security guards outside?
You'd have your primary guard doing the removal, and then a second and possibly even third guard would be observing from a distance. Yeah.
And was there any requirement for that guard to also go outside at the same time?
No.
All right. And how many guards were there on the door?
2.
All right. If you had a second guard coming out with the number of people you had on that night, effectively it would leave just one person inside the venue. Is that
Correct.
Right? All right. So was it actually standard procedure that if there was a code green removal of someone, that normally it would just be the one person taking
that person outside?
Again, you'd have your primary guard and then another guard would observe from a distance.
All right, thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr Hill. You're excused.
Thank you.
I checked 10 tomorrow.
Your Honour, we might need to, again, be a bit flexible about what time we start tomorrow. That was our last witness for today. We have another international witness listed for tomorrow. So if I could just ask, if I could notify the parties overnight what time we'll start for that.
All right,
And
thank
Mr
you.
Hill and Mr Mackey can be excused if it pleases Your Honour.
Yes, they're both, Mr Mackey and Mr Hill are both excused. Thank you. Unless there's anything else, we'll adjourn till tomorrow.
Thank you.
So